Fly so high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind.
Good morning, Thursday morning. It's the 7th of March. How are you, Hairbag?
Pretty good. And you, Mouse?
I'm doing good, doing good. What week's been crazy, but here we are at our check-in. Glad everybody could make it.
Yep.
Give everybody a minute for that notification to fly out.
Yeah, they'll be coming in. Hey, good morning, horse lover.
Good to see you in here. Yeah, it's been a wild week, both on and off the streets this week.
Yeah, it has been.
But you know, I think we forget that it is kind of that time of year. Hey, no fear.
Hey, no fear. Welcome in this morning.
Welcome in.
Hope you're having a good morning.
I hope you're sailing around the world smoothly, no fear. And prayers for your safe travels, always, no fear. But yeah, I think we forget it's just the kind of that time of year. You know, we've just come out of the holidays where everything's give. You know,
right?
You know, we're pouring. You know, we're pouring everybody else's cup full. And when that season slows down, it's this season, and it's where everybody's cup feels empty.
Right.
Everybody's kind of depressed, kind of angry, kind of over it. Good morning, Mary Teresa.
Good morning. Welcome in. Thanks for coming.
He's coming out of West Palm Beach, going to Alabama. I haven't checked the weather down there this morning. I'm sure it's foggy because it always is around there this time of year. I remember living down in Alabama. Fog in the morning and raining in the evening. And hot all day.
I never have lived south of Buffalo. Or New York, rather, I mean.
Now you can
Oh,
set your
what's
clock during the day to what it's doing, and I remember it would rain in there in Florida. I bet, yeah, it would be
yeah.
foggy in the morning. It turned hot during the day, and the hotter it got, the more the humidity hung on, until it was just flat raining in the evening, like clockwork. And that was just a normal day. That was without a weather pattern change or a storm coming in.
Mary, I got a question for you. Oh my God. Is Kelly coming in this morning or is she busy? Yeah, I wonder where I got that from.
Yeah.
Oop.
Oh, we both clicked it. Go ahead. Not
Oh,
sure.
wrong one.
We are teaching her bag today about StreamYard, so he's learning the inside of StreamYard. We're having fun teaching him.
No horse lover, I'm not having a Brian fart.
It looks like I taught Horse Lover how to spell.
Yeah,
I'm
that just goes to show you the strength of our educational system.
I, I seen a video the other day, and this girl comes out and she says, "Did you know that people born in the year 2000 are already in their 40s?" That broke my
What?
I know, that broke my brain. I'm like, "What are they teaching? What kind of math are they teaching these kids?"
What the hell did they call that new math with the
The Common
um
Core?
yeah, that's how they got there.
If it's been 24 years, because it is 2024, if it's been 24 years since the year 2000, how did they come up with the number 40?
Unreal. My mind's boggled over that.
We all just kind of turned our heads sideways.
Yeah,
What?
right? It's like, what the hell?
No fear. I'm not 40 yet. Yeah, me either. Me either. No fear. Y'all remember, I'm 29.99 plus shipping and handling.
$29.99.
If that shipping and handling keeps getting more expensive. There you go. Yeah, you're not 40 yet. Nope. In fact, by that math, you're probably 84.
Yeah, no doubt. Where do these people get their math skills at? Holy crap.
Why is it for these millennials so hard to understand the count of 2000?
I know, right?
It's right there on the end how many years we've passed since 2000. It's on the end, guys. It's in the number.
Yeah. Wow.
You are young
Thank
and
you.
no fear. Yeah, thank you,
Thank you,
Mary.
Mary Teresa. I'm sorry. I didn't
You're
mean to
fine.
overlap you.
You're fine. I'm going to be way more than that in 1 week.
And I'm going to be way more than both of you in September.
This is like my last year to climb the hill before I just poof go downhill right over the hill. So I'm going to climb this year as slow as I can. To make this last part of the hill climb, really last, to really savor it
Right.
before I head off over the hill. Age is kind
I'm
of
about,
crazy though.
what's that?
I don't. Age is kind of crazy because it's never something we just. You just don't feel an age. You know what I mean?
No, really. All it is revolutions around the sun.
Well, it's just a compilation of experiences we've had since we were teenagers, but we all still have the teenager mindset that we're building on.
Hmm. Hey, don't say that too loud. They may take you literally out there.
Uh,
Hey,
Good
Army
morning.
vet.
Good morning, handsome. How are you this morning? You guys, I have pinned the link to the top of chat. If you guys would like to join us, it's going to be easy chat in here today. Get into some good conversation. Congratulations, Mary. 65 is that's something to brag about. That's 65 years of
Going
getting up,
through pure hell.
getting up every morning, facing the world,
Going
making
through
some,
pure hell.
yeah, a few failures, a lot of successes. But at 65, that's a lot of
Yeah,
successes.
yeah.
A lot of successes. Horse lover is going to call you out.
Yeah, I see that. Thanks. Love you too, dear. Yes, I'm going to be 68 this year. Excuse me. Aren't you 65? What
That's
the
right.
hell?
I'm telling you, the love, right?
I know. Well, at least No Fear thought it was funny.
I'm with Mary. A lot of bruising on the way, for
Yeah.
sure. I don't know. I guess the older I get, the less I really want to cover up the age part. I'm starting to kind of, feel good about it, feel comfortable with it. Like I earned every wrinkle, every gray hair.
Oh, I know. I know that, horse lover. You don't have to worry.
We're just joking with you, horse lover. So I don't know. Is 65 what you thought it would be when you were younger? Does it look like what you thought it would?
In a way, yeah, and in a way, no.
In a way, no.
Oh my goodness, Mary.
Yeah, there's that. And and the hot sweats aren't fun either. I didn't deserve that. Not something I was trying to earn anyway.
Right.
But do you think that you've accomplished at least some of the things you wanted to by this age?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I wanted to accomplish it. It just never reached fruition, to the end. But
Yeah.
yeah, um, and I guess I'd be referring to my marriage.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got married because I never thought I would. And
Right. Didn't figure it'd end up so rough, huh?
no, but the more you look at it and, sit back and take a second peek, you realize, yeah, it was a mistake.
And that's okay. I mean, that's the definition of human. That's what we are. I don't think any of us are going to get all the way through this without a few hiccups and mistakes and a
Oh, I
few
know, right?
lessons. Yeah.
That's true.
But I think what it boils down to when we talk about life and success, because people can define success different.
Right.
Some have a specific goal, they want to attain, whether it be in their career or something to that effect. Success can mean, I finally landed the gig I wanted to land, or the job I wanted to land, or, I closed that big deal that I've always wanted to.
Right.
And we define it a lot of ways, but if you take it all the way to the end and think about it backwards, put yourself on your last day. It's going to be your last day. You're laying there in the bed. It's coming towards the end. What is going to pop up in your head? What are you going to think about? Are you going to look back and
I
say,
already know
man,
what I'd think about.
what would
My
it be?
kids.
You're
My kids.
exactly, exactly. And that has nothing to do with career or education or talent or skill or adventure. You know what I mean?
Right. It's the most important thing in your life.
It is. It really is going to be. You're going to look back, you're going to lay there and you're going to ask questions like, was I enough for my kids? Did they live a happy life? These kind of things.
Well, I can't say they lived a happy life, but I did my best to get them
And
there.
right, and that's part of the question. Did I do all I can? Did I savor every moment, right?
I have to admit, no, I didn't, and I should have. But I look back on it and with my kids, and I still wouldn't change anything other than one particular thing, and I'm not gonna say.
Right. But I think the goal is to get to that moment in all of your life and be able to look back and check off all the important boxes. You know, did,
Exactly.
did I see the beautiful things that God left me to see? Did I experience love? Was love given back to me? Y- You know, I think
That's
those are
one
the
I,
things.
yeah. Can you honestly answer?
Oh yeah.
I can too. The only
I know
thing that
that.
really ever gave me joy was my kids.
Oh, I got joy from a lot of things. My children among the first, of course. And each one was different. Each one was a different adventure.
Right?
But I know I'm going to lay there and look back and say, did I do all I could in all the areas that mattered? And to put success that way, like I said, it kind of changes your goal of living. It kind of rearranges your perspective.
Yeah, it does.
It's
Now to
not
answer, go ahead.
it's not so much did I land that job? Did I make it to the NFL? Was my career in the spotlight? It's going to be, was I who I should have been? Was I everything I could have been where it really mattered? Because I don't think laying there my career is going to matter. I think honestly, laying there, I would have to look back and think, did I put too much into my career and take away from the things that were important?
Yeah, yeah. Well, to answer my own question that I asked you, I have to say, and I'm not whining, please don't take it that way, people, but I had a shitty life. Other than with my kids, I had a shitty life.
So What could you still give yourself?
Solace that I know I did my best.
Right? So a goal actually, to put it out into words, your goal is to make peace with it. Yeah.
I have to. Yeah, I have to.
And that will, I mean, if you don't, you miss out on the happiness. Am I right? If you stay in it, in the, in the sad, in the sour, you could be missing out on joy that's still there for you.
Exactly. Yeah. Be right with
Yeah. About choked on my coffee. But do you think friends are in that priority?
Yeah, it wasn't coffee I was choking on.
I think I think my friends, those around me,
Yeah,
because I do have more than just my family around in life to support me, to cheer me on, to pick me up when I fall. I think those people are going to be important to me too.
yeah, I met somebody, and well, I didn't meet him, but there's a lady that lives here in the building, and I had a friend that because his old lady has a, I don't know how to put this, a bug up her ass, I guess you would say,
Uh huh.
got it so that me and him are no longer friends, and it isn't because of my choice, but I seen the lady in the building this week, and apparently the lady that lives here in the building, her sister works for or has a sister up in a town I used to live in where my friend is living now, and she met him just by coincidence. Apparently, the woman told her to say, "How's it going, Uncle Alfred?" And she goes, "Who's Uncle Alfred?" And just say, "Well, he'll know who sent you that." But I'm not going back up there because the last time I was up there, I was told never to come back. Now, how do you take that?
I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, it is. You see, she's kind of.
Well, I
I guess
mean,
that's a.
that's
Go ahead.
kind of in a different category of somebody else intervening.
Oh my God, it's more like she's got a mental problem. I mean, one minute you hate somebody, the next is, hey, tell them we said hi. What the hell? Either you don't like the person or you do. There's no in between.
People are finicky that way. But still, I mean, the question is, were you the friend you wanted to be to your
Yeah,
friends?
yeah. We'd been friends over 20 years. And I've
But
only got three or four friends that I can honestly say that about.
yeah, aside from someone else's opinion of the friendship or they're dabbling in it, when you look back at all your experiences, it's all going to flash. What's going to, what is it that's going to flash though is those moments, those great moments, those fun moments.
Yeah, that
All,
dude would have done anything for my kids, anything. Especially if they hurt him, that would have been the end.
yeah. Or
Yeah,
are you going to lay there and just dwell in the regret,
no, no.
right? Nobody wants to do that, but it is still a mindset. It
It's
is
funny
something that,
that you know that you bring that up, and I'll tell you why. because it took me 4 years to figure that out.
Right. To figure
I
out
was too. Uh, Go ahead.
that she was still getting rent free in your head, right?
Oh yeah. And then I get told that one of my friends that I have now met my ex's new boyfriend, and she went, "Oh my God." And she basically went, which made me feel real good.
See, karma has its way, doesn't it? You don't even have to
Yeah.
touch it, but karma has its way. Good morning, Nikita. How are you this
Hey,
morning?
Nikita.
It's good to see you. But the point is, I guess the point I was trying to make is, when you get there, you're going to have a choice on your mindset. You're either going to lay there and you're going to dwell in your regrets of life, or you're going to lay there and you're going to pick out all the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Your wedding
I
day.
feel bad. I feel bad for the people that do lay there and say, "Well, my life has been shitty. To hell with all you people." You
Exactly.
know,
But you have to work on your mindset before you get there. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You have to
yep.
decide that you're going to celebrate the good stuff. Because there's good stuff, maybe a lot, maybe just a little, but there's still good stuff poked in there.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that it's you kind of have to make up your mind now in life that you're going to start putting those in your basket for the end. Just the little things even doesn't even have to be the big things, just the little things. That picture that your kid drew you when they were 7 still hanging on the refrigerator.
Right.
Yeah, that's a little thing.
And later in their lives, and you go back and you look at them, they're the things that mean more to you than anything else.
Yeah, more than what
Because
you
you look back and you say, "Oh my God, look at how quick the years have gone by. I miss that little kid."
yeah. But that picture still on the fridge is always going to represent your child stopped for just a minute and thought about you, drew a picture for you, and you still have that moment. You have it on the fridge.
Hang on a minute. Kelly, good morning and thank you for coming in.
Good morning, Kelly. It's good to see you guys in here. But my hope with this conversation is to throw a little motivation in into what
Hello.
we hello, but to be a little more motivated walking through our day to try to notice the good stuff more than the bad stuff.
That's all right, Kelly. So am I.
Me too. Me too, but we're going with it.
I think
Oh
I've
my goodness, look what came up on panel.
hardy har har dad.
How are you doing, horse lover?
I'm doing okay. I just
Did
didn't get much sleep last night.
you read the banner?
Are you talking about what Kelly said, Dad?
You. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing. It's good to see you too, Kelly. Anyway, I got up during the night had to use the bathroom, and I couldn't fall back asleep until I had something to eat, which really deprived me of sleeping. And it's like, really? I get those some nights, and it's like, are you kidding me? I can't just go one night without freaking having to just sleep through the dang night.
So we'll pick on you, horse lover. You're young. We'll go back in years some. Do you have
Um,
goals? Do you have goals set for do you have like dream goals that you want 5 years from now or a year from
yes,
now?
yeah, I do.
Do you want to share?
Just
Just what, Dad?
go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, if it's not too personal, I don't want you to share too personal. I mean, just in general.
Well, I know my dad might not like it, but to
I know
have a
what you're gonna say. That's why I said go ahead and say it.
to have a family at some point
Uh huh.
and just hang out with the people I love and everything. That includes my dad and my sister, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Right. Do you think that? Have you enjoyed being a sister? I know you're a sister.
Yes, I do. Some even though sometimes she annoys me, but that's typical sister stuff.
Although all those annoying things will be something y'all laugh about years and years from now.
Yep.
As strange as
Yep.
that sounds, as aggravated as you feel in the moment, just know that 10, 15 years from now, it's going to be something funny that y'all share and is funny to talk about.
Yeah. Um, I'm also very protective of my sister too, because I
Oh,
mean she's the
sure.
only other sister I have.
Oh,
So
sure. Yeah. Yeah. Have you thought about, 20 years from now when y'all might be sitting in a room together watching your kids play together?
I have thought of that and wondered what it's gonna be like if that ends up happening.
Oh, honey, life happens. We can't predict it. We can't plan it. It happens. But there will come a day that you're sitting there with your sister and you're looking at your children playing and you begin to reminisce about what life was like when you were in her that age and
Oh
some of the
God.
things y'all did. But see,
And they're
that's
gonna look back and they're gonna say, "Look what our dad did to us."
I would never.
Oh, they will, hairbag. Don't think they won't. They will.
Oh,
But I think, we kind of overlook the cycle of life and we get all caught up in career and those kind of goals that we forget to enjoy the cycle of life. I mean, we were babies once. We had parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles, and then the cousins came along. Then you grow up and you get your own family, and everybody gets promoted, right? They go from parent to grandparent, grandparent to
right,
great grandparent. And each one of those cycles is different but joyful.
right. Thank you, Kelly.
Are you a granddad hairbag? Oh, will
Not
be.
yet.
Okay. I was going to say, there's something I didn't know. I think hairbag will be a fun granddad. I think, and this is just a prediction, that hairbag with his grandchildren will be able to fill in a lot of the holes, a lot of the missing spaces and feel like he completed the cycle as it should be. Do you agree, Hairbag?
Hopefully, hopefully, but well, I
You know,
don't
we
know.
we didn't realize it when we were younger, but we do now. Those fishing trips with Grandpa
Yeah,
were so valuable. Yeah, and when we were kids, it was just fishing with Grandpa, right?
right.
But now we're on the flip side of it. As a grandpa, fishing with their grandson is priceless.
Yeah. If I'm around, I will. Yeah, we learn how to give them treats and then send them back to their parents to give them hell.
Or spoil them.
That's it, Army Vet. And I've said that, but I guess not in so many ways. But I was proud of that. Like I got her well over 18,
Mm.
and she didn't go wild on me. That was the one child that really didn't go wild on me, thank goodness. So I did. I really felt like, wow, I did a heck of a job with that one. Oof.
Thank you, Nikita. Mm, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mouse.
No, I was just reading chat. Yeah, 3 years apart, I think, is good. My brother and I were about 3 years apart. And being so close in age, it was, we traveled through the levels of life together. We went through elementary world together, and then we went through high school world together. And our first marriages were pretty close together. Our firstborns were pretty close together.
Well, the difference between you and your sister
Hmm?
is that Jen and her sister are 7 years apart, and they're my two youngest.
Mm.
You know what's weird? I'm the
Huh?
first girl, but I'm the second middle child.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
I said I'm the firstborn girl, but I'm also the second middle child.
Yeah.
Oh, I see how you mean that.
Because
You had me lost for a second. I thought you were talking out through your butt.
hardy har har dad.
No, I mean I'll agree. My number two and my number three really played the middle child part hard. You know what I mean? They both got to play the middle child.
Wait, Dad, how many years apart am I from Mike and Jess?
Oh my God. I think it's like 4 or 5 from Jess, and from Mike, you're 6 years
Jeez.
because he was born in '94.
Nikita says she's the second youngest of 8 children. I was the youngest too. I think I liked being the youngest best. I wouldn't have been a very good middle child.
I was the oldest.
Out
I'm
of you.
sorry, Hairbag. I'm sorry
Yeah.
for all the oldest because of what us youngest did to y'all oldest. I apologize for all of this.
Oh, I did some pretty rotten crap myself, actually. Um, I'll tell you one, and I'm not proud of this, but one of them I did was at Christmas. You'd hang your stockings, and you'd have your stuff put in the stockings the night before. Well, you remember the cinnamon toothpicks?
Ooh, yeah.
Well,
Oh, I remember this story. Oh, you were mean too.
Yeah,
Mean.
yeah. Well, they woke up and they found these so-called cinnamon toothpicks in their stockings, and I never gave much thought to it. These don't taste much like cinnamon. And I'm laughing my ass off.
No, because Hairback done switched them all out for plain toothpicks, y'all.
Yep.
I think growing up, I only had one brother, but mom was the oldest of 10 kids. So her brothers and sisters were kind of overlapping the grandchildren there. I think the youngest of mom's generation was 10 years older than me. So it was like a big brother. So it was like I had a house full of big brothers.
Did you
And
read Army Vet's comment, Mouse? And Nikita laughed, of course.
But oh yeah, I mean, I grew up with the shenanigans and the whatnot, the punks, if you will, always punking on each other.
Right.
And I think that gave me a lack of trust.
Yeah, when I was young, I was built pretty good because of the home I was in. We did a lot of calisthenics, a lot of work, and I'd come home on weekends or holidays. Well, there were these kids in the town that were giving my brothers a hard time. And I got surrounded by 4 other teenagers. This was when I was a teenager. And they were going to fight me because I came out down there from Buffalo. Well, come to find out, my brothers had told him, you wait till my brother gets down here. He's going to kick your ass. Well, I was always getting into fights. And I knew how to handle myself, but not with 4-on-1,
Yeah. Well, I heard that. Where did I hear that the other day?
I know, right?
Where
Was
did
it?
I?
Oh, Luna's.
Was it Luna's?
I think so. Yeah. I think it was Luna's anyway. Am I right? No fear.
But anyway, I guess back to the topic. Yeah, I mean, my point being, I want to motivate people to remind themselves just during the daily grind to remember what's important, to not,
Right.
to be motivated to live your life with your successes. I'm not saying give up your goals of, career success or any of that. Go for it. But go for it remembering who you're doing it for. Remember why
Right.
you're doing it.
Right.
And remember, the cycle of life is the best part of life.
Well, until you get to the end of yours.
Well, I hope that when I get to the end of mine, I've put enough life in it that I'll be satisfied,
I think it makes me sad to think about because you're going to be missing everything. that you
unless,
wanted to see come to fruition.
or it motivates you to get that done now, to make sure you
Well,
do it
no,
before
only
then.
time, what I'm referring to, only time can do it.
Well, I don't think you're going to be as focused on that as you think you are. I think you're really going to be more focused on everything else around it. What came out of it.
Right.
But at the same
Again,
time, I don't want to
go ahead.
lay there. I don't want to lay there and regret the time I spent on sadness, anger, or sorrow.
Right,
I don't
right,
want to, I don't want it to be then that I tell myself, "Man, you should have let that go." Or you should have not, you shouldn't have let that upset you so much, or you shouldn't have given a knee jerk reaction to a situation.
right. But I'll tell you one regret I will have, and that I let this past 4 years hit me as bad as it did.
Yeah,
That'll be the one regret I do have. And when you sit down and you look at everything, when I do anyway,
right.
horse lover may see some of it. I don't know, but it really wasn't worth the aggravation I put myself in to deal with it.
Right. Exactly. And it's crazy how we see that in hindsight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what,
Exactly.
yeah, that's what I want to work on. I want to pull you folks out of your stuck, whatever it is that's got you stuck. Rearrange your viewpoint and remind yourself that you got this. It's just part of the story. We all have bumps and bruises in our story. None of us is going to have a perfect story, but that's what makes it an adventure.
Right.
That's right, Nikita. Don't regret things. Think of it as a lesson learned.
That's a
It
good
is.
point.
You just got to put it as another lesson, just like, oh, yeah, don't jump off the house. You'll snap a knee, lesson learned.
You know what I did do when I was a kid? I think I was in first grade or kindergarten. I watched too many cartoons. Yeah, I got up on a porch roof and tried to jump off with an umbrella thinking it was going to be a parachute.
Oh, lesson learned.
Oh, you're not kidding. Good morning, Gutters.
Hey, Catters, good morning. Hey, guys, I've got the link pinned to the top of chat. You guys come up. Okay, Army, that's back to making t-shirts off of me. It is true though. I think if you rearrange your thinking, you change your viewpoint on your stuck, it makes you want to get up and get out, right?
You
Now
have,
you
yeah.
I think that's
Now
part of
all I got to do is figure out where to get out to.
right? And you're at a time where you get to choose what you like and don't like, and can't nobody sway you. You don't have to like something for somebody else right now. You're lucky. Okay, guys, tell little man we said hello. Sweet little guy. I enjoy watching the ladies in our community with their grandkids, and I cannot wait to be a part of that.
Oh, are you gonna become a grandma soon, Mouse?
I am. I am. My first grandbaby is on the way.
Well, how exciting!
When is it? July?
July. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
maybe.
They re- they
Go
really
ahead.
crammed. They really crammed 2023 full. I tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were high school sweethearts, and they're adults, so it was getting to the point where they were spending a lot of time with each other, and so they went and bought a house. They bought a house. How amazing is that of your children to do? You're so excited. And then the next thing they know, they're throwing a quick wedding at us. So we're all scrambling to put this quick wedding together. We get through at the wedding, and I mean, instantly the great news came of the stork being on the way. So it was a really full year for the two of them last year.
Well, also for grandma.
Yeah.
Do you know if you're
I could
having
hear it in your
grandson or
voice.
granddaughter?
I'm having a granddaughter,
Ooh, I bet you're excited.
which is weird. We've never had in all of the generations, like the girls usually don't come first, the boys do. Like you usually have a boy and then maybe a girl. Or in my case, you have a boy and a boy, then you get a girl, and then God throws you another boy just for safekeeping, I guess. I don't know.
Good morning, Izzy.
Hey, Izzy. Thank you, Nikita.
Oh,
Oh, Gutter's baby is a July baby too. Her grandbaby. Ah, all these
yeah.
summer babies. And I love that because that means the birthday parties are, we can do outdoors in the fun stuff,
Yep.
water parks and the summer stuff for the birthdays.
Right. Oh, excuse me. Wow. I want
And
to be a grandparent, but I don't.
I know. And it's so, I mean, I know as parents, it's hard to look at our kids and go, a parent? Really? you know, but I think she's going to be okay. I'm enjoying her excitement, now that she's a little further along. She's getting sonogram pictures and, hearing the updates and getting excited about her belly showing. It's really fun.
Right.
I can't say that, by grandbaby number 5, I'm going to be as excited, but I'm going to enjoy it for now. By number 5, it's going to be like, oh, we've been through this before. I'm going to love it, but
Hey, Night Owl.
good morning, Night Owl.
Oh, darn it.
You
Oh,
okay?
I see. I like that. So they are coming in today. Is he to fix it? That's good news. That's good news that they're finally there to fix it. Bless her heart, she's been stuck with a bum sink for a while. It's been clogged. She's had all kinds of troubles out of this stove. I'm glad she's finally getting it fixed. And we women know, man, you tear up our kitchen, you make one thing not functionable and our whole world goes crazy. You have to find other ways to cook or eat out. You can't do dishes, you can't wash your hands. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nato. I feel you, sister. I'm right there with you.
I just read that out and I freaking was on mute. Don't you know it? Oh, Doug or Hairbag, you're so good.
That's you. Literally, your name is what you are, a hairbag. Even though you called me that several times growing up, but still.
No, you're a blonde squatch.
Was that the daughter of Sasquatch Hairbag?
I don't know. What the hell was it Jesse named you? Blondefoot.
One foot.
Yeah, she
Blondefoot.
was coming out of the woods when we were camping one time, and my youngest son goes, "Look out, here comes a blondefoot." I go, "No, that's a blonde squatch."
That's funny. Again, guys, the link is pinned atop of chat. Y'all come join us.
Oh, excuse me. Damn it.
Y'all come up. Let us know how your day's going.
Night Owl thought it was funny, Dad.
Yeah, I seen that.
Wait,
Yeah, don't let her hair color fool you, guys.
very funny.
I'm telling you, was it not the week for the broken down things in the house? I fixed 2 different things in the house this week. One was a leak on the dishwasher, and the other one was parts to the toilet. And I just replaced the whole thing.
Oh, you ought to see what I did to one of my burners.
Uh-oh.
I turned on what I thought was the front burner, and it ended up being the back burner. I went to get some sugar out of a plastic domino container and put the lid right on the
Oh,
freaking hot burner.
I've done
That
that.
that plastic does not want to come off either.
Nope. And it will be there every time you turn it on for about the next month. I have done that. I did that with the glass lid. I went to boil some eggs, put the pan of water on the stove, even put the eggs in it. I don't know why I didn't wait till it was boiling. And I turn it on and I walk away for a minute and I come back to realize that it was the wrong burner that I had turned on. Problem was, there was a glass lid laid over the burner that was on. And there was
Okay.
no way out of it. I knew even turning that burner off, the minute that glass cooled, it was going to shatter. And it did.
Wow.
And it was
Yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about taking and putting that burner into a fire and seeing if it'll burn it off.
maybe it's just, again, like I said, we're in that part of the season where everybody's tired from the holidays. We're overspending money. We're all out of money because we spent it all on the holidays trying to catch up bills. And something just breaks. It never fails.
Just something to keep everything going harder.
Right. Just to throw one more thing. Okay, horse lover. Yeah, you go get you something to eat, hon.
I didn't even notice she did. Boy, I'm an attentive parent, aren't I?
It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Do you know they had to tell our parents that? There was actually a thing that came on TV that said,
Yes.
it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Only around here it's 11 o'clock.
That is true, Mary. You can't unplug it and scrub it. She is right. See, my brain's not even working this morning. I don't know, no fair. From the sounds of it, none of us should be cooking.
I know, right?
We are the dangers in the kitchen. But yes, it is true. It is the week for the malfunction at home.
I know they pull right out. I took it out. It's out now, but I just got to wait for some decent weather. I should have probably done it about 2 or 3 days ago when it was in the 70s, but
Fair enough, Gutters Pub. Fair enough. We've come a
yeah.
long way. That how do they do that? I could never wrap my head around that one. I was
How,
not.
how do you forget?
I don't know. I didn't. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, you
Hey,
guys.
I didn't quite.
Welcome in.
I didn't quite have the kids that you could forget in the back seat. I mean,
Hey,
when
Aaron,
Yes, sir.
I have something I want to say, and I want to emphasize this. I still feel bad about what happened over at
Why?
Buddy's.
Why?
I don't know, but I just wanted you to know that I apologize.
Oh, man, come on. Let that shit go. It's all water under the fridge.
Okay, dude, thank you.
Fuck, man. I got thick skin, dude. I'm Gen X. I grew up in a fucking time where there was no safe spaces or no safe words or none of that shit, dude.
Okay,
It's all good, brother.
well,
It's all good.
thank you.
yeah. Yeah, but as I was saying, talking about leaving kids in the back seat, I don't understand these parents because I did not have the sort of child that was going to let you forget they were in the back seat.
Exactly.
Like it. And especially when they were smaller, it was just something about the clicking of that car seat that prompted a scream that did not end until we reached the destination. Like all the way, it was solid scream. Ah!
You know what, Army vet? I've asked myself that same question for years. If kids have to be strapped into a car, how come seatbelts aren't in buses?
Because buses are the indoctrination vehicle. It's not
Exactly.
It's not they don't want to charge them revenue.
Well,
They use it to generate revenue from us under the guise of public safety.
to
Yeah.
put seatbelts on a bus determines a definite number of passengers. You know what I'm saying? That means that bus can only hold as many kids as the seatbelts. By not putting the seatbelts in there, then they could cram 4 or 5 kids in the seat now.
Little kids.
Yeah, but it's just that it's the lack of school bus drivers to drive the buses. So I know up here we're packing them on buses because we have so little bus drivers to cover all the routes that we have drivers doing more than one route. So it's packing the kids on that school bus.
Yeah, it's not easy becoming a school bus driver.
Okay, have a good day, Mary Teresa.
Hi, Nikita.
Yeah.
So how is your week going, Aaron? Are you having better luck than us?
Oh, I think I'm shooting par for the course.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh,
Well,
it's all
it's
right.
not bad either.
Yeah, it's not bad either. Like Meatloaf says, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
There you go. So did you get transport going?
Yeah, it'll be here the 20th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
I got
messed up.
I got delayed almost a whole month
Yeah.
for shit that wasn't my fault.
Oh no.
I was already scheduled, but I mean, at the same time, I got to be understanding. Shit does happen.
Right.
They had a fucking accident. Some equipment broke down. Shit went wrong on their end. So I mean, I got to be understanding about that. You know what I mean? I've had shit go wrong before that I didn't plan on. So
Right, right.
Right. Yeah. Well, you're
so yeah,
handling it well. You're handling
yeah.
it well.
I mean, that's all I can do is handle it well. I mean, it's not going to do me any good to sit here and just be pissed off.
True, true.
So yeah, I know today's the first fucking sunshine we've had in like 2 weeks. So I'm gonna try and get some shit done this morning.
There you go.
Yeah, I still got some things I need to get loaded up and done. I got the trucks fired up. They've been sitting for the better part of a year, so got them fired up and running and ready to go. So I just gotta finish putting the little bit of shit that's left in the back of the truck, wrapped in plastic, and
Right.
then yeah, and then just I gotta also figure out a what is it? Like property clearing kind of company or whatever. I gotta get one of
Uh-huh.
those. Cause there's I still have to like do a dump run and shit. So I'm just gonna hire a company to come in and just take everything and throw it all in a trailer, in a dump trailer, and take it all to the dump.
That'll work.
That way we can start listing the property for sale.
Right. You
Oh, good
sliding
on
around
that.
there, hairbag?
No, I want to comment on Nikita's comment. She said, "Love me some meatloaf," and I was going to tell her, "Me too." Good morning,
Yeah.
buddy.
I
Good
love
morning,
meat,
buddy.
especially with brown gravy.
Oh no, I gotta do the ketchup kind.
Mm,
I am one of
yeah.
those that will douse meatloaf in ketchup,
Yeah.
but I do it before I cook it. I don't do it after I cook it.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a thing is like you have to cook it with the ketchup on it.
Yeah.
But afterwards, that thing's got a big pile of mashed potatoes, some green beans, and some dark brown gravy smothered over everything.
Mm, yeah. Absolutely. Dang, that sounds good.
Right? I love meatloaf, man. I do.
Gutters Pub says I read where a kid was drove around the bus driver for with the bus driver for 45 minutes past the kid's stop alone. They only knew because parents had a tracker on the little girl's backpack. The bus driver would have never walked off that bus on his own if it was my grandkid. Oh, that's crazy.
Wow.
It is.
I don't know. I remember like walking to and from school at like, third and fourth grade.
Good
Stop
morning,
it.
buddy.
Good morning, Mousy Mouse. How you doing?
Pretty
Oh
good.
Good
How you
morning,
shit!
doing?
buddy.
Oh shit!
What's up, Aaron? What's up, Mouse? There, bag.
Looking
How you
good, buddy.
doing?
Good.
How'd last night go, bud?
What was last night? I don't even fucking remind me what I did last night, Aaron. Shit.
You said you were getting ready to jam. You said you were getting ready to jam out with the band last time I talked to you.
Yeah, I went up to I was up at South Beach last night. Yep, you're right, man. Oh, that was crazy. I told you when I leave the house I might not get home. But I did.
That's cool. How long did you play?
I played with the guys, I think it was like 4 or 5 tunes.
That's awesome, man.
Did we get that recorded?
I didn't have nobody there. I did it just to get it out of me, you know what I mean? For that particular evening.
Yeah.
And to show them that it could be done.
Good
What are you doing, Tom? What are you doing?
Army that says, hey, buddy.
What's up there, vet? How you doing? Nikita, everybody's in here. That's good. That's good.
Yep.
Feels like you've been MIA forever.
Yeah, man. I had to take care of a few things around here and do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, that's right. Things
Um,
going good. Things going better at the homestead situation.
Nothing but lawyers all day yesterday.
Ah, shit.
Everybody's hold on. I got a fucking P130.
Here, just let me get this in your background. I'll do it this way.
What the hell?
How did you do that?
How did I do what?
How did Buddy make it to where I can't turn his back? I can't change his. Cool, Buddy.
He
You
turned
got
it on.
Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Okay, everything's fine. It should knock the jets out now.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
All y'all sound so good and rested and shit.
Now we're just sitting here complaining about everything in the households that have broke down the last week.
Airbag looks like Wilson's looking over the fence in Home Improvement. Hey there. You see him looking at
Trying to decide which ones to buy.
The one that never shows his whole face, but he has a lot of good advice.
Yeah, really.
Say hi to Gutters.
They just heard you.
Hello, Kathy.
Here you go. Say it again.
Hello, Max.
Hello, Kathy. How are you this morning?
I just woke up. I'm good. How are you, hon?
Oh, we're doing good. Sitting here having coffee and chat.
Katie K.
Mouse. Can I get a quick sound check real quick?
Sure.
Lady K, I didn't ask your advice. I'm not.
Watch your mouth there, bud.
What is this? See? People like you, why I take the bus.
Be nice.
She knows I'm kidding with her, but
Thank you, Nikita. It's one of my favorites so far. Gutters Pub says, be nice to Kathy, buddy.
oh my God. Let's see. Day after day, I'm more confused. Look for the light, pouring rain. Maybe it's my job, hate to lose. Feeling strange. Ain't it a shame? Oh, give me a beat, boy. Breathe my soul, you wanna get low. You rock and roll, your drift away. Give me the beat, breathe my soul, wanna get low. Rock and roll, drift away. for the joy that you're giving me. Want you to know, leaving the song. Air in mouth and hair back and the keys in the year and gutter bug. Counting on you. Carry me through, give me the beautiful, free my soul. Wanna get lost and rock and roll, all drift away. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. Wanna get lost and rock and roll, drift away. Anything that wasting time. I don't understand things I do. No, 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 no. World outside so undone. I count on you. Carry me through. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. Won't get lost in your rock and roll. Drift away. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost, rock and roll, drift away. When my mind is free, you know a melody will move me. When I'm feeling blue, guitar's coming through soon. Anything, Aaron, I'm wasting time. I said I don't understand things I do. World outside is so unkind. Count on you. Carry me through. Give me the beat, boys, that free my soul. Wanna get lost, rock and roll, and drift away. Give me the beat, boys, free my soul. Wanna get lost, rock and roll, and drift away. Won't you take me away? There you go.
It sounds cool. Kathy said there was a little buzzing, but I can't really hear it.
That's my head, Kathy. All right, but oh, she said I had buzzing.
I don't hear it though.
I didn't hear it either.
There she is, laughing her ass off.
Mm. Smell like Cali.
Let me get this echo for you, man.
Okay. I don't hear an echo.
There wasn't time. All right, that should do it.
Yeah, I got it. No problem.
the hell was that?
Mm-mm.
Gutters Pub. Kathy, turn your toy off.
He's got a pull start like a chainsaw.
Okay, perfect, she said.
Y'all crack me up.
She says, thanks, Gutters. That might work. Oh, my goodness.
Give me the beat, boys. I free my soul. I like that song. Now he's got it stuck in my head.
Too.
He gave me an earworm. But so yeah, it's been one of those weeks apparently. I think we all can agree on that.
Oh,
Absolutely. I'm just happy the sun is shining finally. Fuck, man.
I hear
hate the
that.
rain. I hate the rain and the dark gray skies all the time. It just bothers the shit out of me.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's depressing.
Yeah. That's why I don't know. I just never could live in a place like Seattle or Portland or any of that shit where it just fucking rains all the time.
I cut my throat if I lived in shit like that.
Oh my
I know.
God, I couldn't either.
It's like procrastination country. You can't get anything done because it's always raining.
Well, what the
Well,
fuck you want to get out of bed for, you know?
Well, it's like living where I live during the winter. We see enough gray. We don't need to see it during the good times. Or
Right.
supposed good times, which is summer.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Oregon and Washington, man, like it could be you could have, weeks of sunshine, and then all of a sudden it'll just fucking rain. The rest of the state, perfectly still sunshiny, but all on the coast it's just fucking raining.
Yeah.
Man.
Some mountain ranges to screw it up.
I'll agree to that. We have some weird wind up here in the mountain. And it feels like because the way the wind blows through the gully there, it just blows all the time at my house. It's always windy at my house.
Through the gully and down there by the what do they got? The holler.
Yeah, coming down through the holler.
Yeah.
I'm definitely excited to be moving to fucking Missouri, man. Living up in the Ozarks.
You got any plans for the land? You got any goals that you're gonna?
Yeah, I'm gonna fully off-grid homestead.
Cool.
There you go.
I've been planning this for years.
What about water? Have you done water?
It's got a well.
Great.
You gonna do solar panels?
Yeah, but I'm gonna make it to where they're mobile because they get hailstorms out there, and you know what hail does to a fucking solar panel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna make it to where I have like a solar array that's like on a fucking trailer that I could pull out from like a metal building, put it in the sun, and then have power. And then when it starts to get shitty, okay, well, we're gonna have hail. It's gonna fuck up my solar panels. Let me disconnect it and throw it back in the metal building.
Yeah.
So I mean, of course, there's gonna be times where there's gonna be no electricity, and shit, I can make it through that. I've lived without electricity and water and all kinds of shit before. So
Well, you still have.
Go ahead, Mal.
You still have the option of a generator, right?
yeah, I have a generator.
Well, you got it all set up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, growing up, like being a poor kid and having tweaker ass parents, dude, there was a lot of times where we went fucking a few weeks without electricity or water or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, as shitty as it was back then, I think about it now, and it's like all it did was prepare me for the real world to be able to live, to be able to be happier with less.
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
And it's cool. That's a lesson that, some of the rich kids we grew up with, they didn't get those lessons until it was too late and they had to face it in adulthood.
oh my God, I watched a guy go through that, man, and he, well, let's just say he's still homeless, but the guy had never had to do anything for himself. Parents were rich. They took care of him, bought him cars, car after car after car after wrecking it, got him, bailed him out of jail a bunch of times, paid for everything he fucked up.
Yeah.
And when his parents passed away, they left him a big fucking chunk of money and a house. And
Ooh.
he tore through that shit in about 3 years and then sold the house. And was living in an RV or something, kind of like what I have, nice little 35 footer. He was living in one of those, and then
Beautiful sight.
something happened. He fucked that up, got that thing impounded or wrecked it or something, and now he's fucking living on the street like nothing, man.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, dude, you can have the best advantage in the world. If you're a piece of shit human being, dude, you're still not going to go anywhere.
That's right. His parents did him no favors at all.
Yeah. No, he was definitely the rich kid
Uh-huh.
when we were coming up, man. He never had to cough up money for anything. Guy always had fucking a wallet full of money, no job, no fucking nothing, just. But yeah, I mean, I agree, his parents did him no favors, but at the same time, it's like you had every fucking advantage in the world, dude, and you just pissed it away.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I don't fucking feel sorry for him, dude. I really don't. I'm like, fuck that guy, man.
What's that called? What's that
I
called?
knew somebody like that once, Aaron.
Yeah.
Their parents were rich and they got killed in a car accident and they inherited everything that they had.
Oh my God.
And that includes a really nice ranch style house they had, life insurance policies, and they were both broke within a year and a half.
Yeah.
I'll take a great
That's zero money management skills, dude, because when you just fucking you're young and stupid and you think I'm just going to buy this and I want that and I want to have one of this and I want to go here and I want to do this and I want to have that, and it's
Yeah.
that's for the people, and that's what happens to people who have never had to struggle to pay their fucking rent, or choose which utility bill you had to pay that month because you couldn't afford to pay both.
Well, you can't eat good without the lights on, so fuck the cable is what I say.
Right. Yeah, shit. We didn't have cable in my house until my little brother got older. That's when we finally started getting cable. Like, dude, it was weird, man. Growing up, like, for me as a kid, parents were fucking straight junkie, tweaker, loser motherfuckers. Then they had my little brother, and they finally got their fucking shit together. But by then, he was 7, I was 15. I was already almost out of the fucking house by the time my parents got their shit together. So my little brother, he grew up not wanting for shit. Meanwhile, me as a kid being his fucking age, I had to wash my clothes in the bathtub because we didn't have a washer and dryer and shit. Heating up hot water on the stove to dump it in the bathtub so you could wash your fucking clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Well, that's what I'm saying though. It's like, and now my little brother, he's just a full-on wage slave. And that's what he'll be for years. And it's unfortunate. He doesn't even see it. The guy makes fucking, $3,000 a month and his fucking rent is 2,000 of it. You know, and then you got these outrageous fucking utility bills, outrageous insurance, the price of gas, food. You know, what does he have at the end of the month? Maybe $100 or $2 extra at the end of the month, maybe.
Right.
You know, he doesn't even realize he doesn't even realize he's a fucking wage slave. He's just like, oh well, I'm doing good. I can afford to pay my bills. Yeah, but that's all you're fucking doing is you're working just to pay your bills, dude.
Yep.
You
That's
know,
it.
and how many
And when
and I
you're
waste.
making that kind of money like he is, I don't know how you can't figure out a way to get something done cheaper.
Well, that was the thing I was gonna say, Hairbag, is I spent almost 15 years in that same position, being a wage slave. You know, working my balls off 6 days a week, you know, just to barely make ends meet at the end of the month and not gain any wealth whatsoever. All I've done is being able to afford my existence. And I finally snapped out of it and was and I made some moves to to further progress my life, dude, rather than just sit in one stagnant spot. And so I took those opportunities, you know. And yeah, it was fucking hard and lonely and shitty. But, you know, now I look at the situation where I'm at, like, I don't have to fucking work anymore, dude. I work when I want, simply because I have that option now. I own my fucking
Right.
property outright. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. You have no mortgage to worry about, and
right,
you got enough to last you till, well, you only know that, but you get my
right.
point.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's like I fucking found a way out, dude, because I realized that all I was doing was just going around in a fucking circle.
Spinning your wheels. Yep.
Yeah, just
Yep.
busting my ass month to month, not getting anywhere, just barely enough to fucking pay bills. So what I did is I lowered my standard of living so I could fucking plug some holes in the bucket and sort of fill up the bucket of wealth.
Right.
You know, because that's the way I look at you. That's the way I look at like my income is like I look at my income like a bucket. Okay, your faucet only trickles so much water. Well, there's a bunch of holes in your fucking bucket. One of the holes is rent. One of the holes is fucking our insurance. One of the holes is bill.
Exactly. I get where you're going with this.
So
Yep.
if you plug up the fucking holes, now your bucket seems to fill a little faster, and that's what I did.
Right.
And like I said, yeah, it was hard. It was shitty. You know, it wasn't fair, but you know, through perseverance and all that shit, you know, you make it through, and then you put yourself in a position where you know you can have generational wealth now. Like coming from poverty, like full on fucking poverty, like I did as a kid. Like I never thought in a million years I would own a home. I never thought in a million fucking years I would ever own a house. You know, or that I would fucking own like bitching guitars or a fucking
Right.
awesome sound system or any of that. I didn't think I was going to own any of that kind of shit.
Oh, see, now the only thing you have left to do is set up a barter system with your neighbors down there.
Yeah, I swear a lot. That's true. I know.
Eagle.
I do. I can't help it. I mean, my parents used fuck like an adjective.
Hello, Cobalt.
No, I don't know if I'd go that far, Seagull.
But yeah, like I said, now all you have left to do, Aaron, is when you get up there, set up a barter system with your neighbors. You know, go find out what their skills and services are and what yours are and what y'all can trade. And
I
that
like
that
running Clubhouse.
that takes money even more out of it.
Right. Well, I mean, I have been gathering skills over the course of a long career and a lot of years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's the thing is like I don't have to pay for somebody to come in and repair the subfloor and lay some fucking insulated laminate flooring. I don't have to pay anybody to do that. I could do that myself. I don't have to pay anybody to fucking roof my house. I can roof my house myself. I don't have to pay anybody to remodel the kitchen or remodel the bathroom and change out the fixtures. I know how to do all that.
Well, then there may come a day that your experience on flooring, you can help a neighbor and get some beef and eggs out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. And more or less, I mean, like I said, I'm trying to do the homestead thing where I don't have any monthly bills except for the luxuries, like the internet and shit like that for the car, car maintenance, for the insurance and the fuel and shit like that.
Right.
But for the most part, yeah, I'm trying to live like where all my necessities to live, it's all free. Well, not free, but I mean, it's all labor based on my part. All I got to do is just get my ass out of fucking bed and go get my ass into the garden and pick bugs, weeds, water the fucking plants, fertilize, go feed the chickens, go feed the goats and the fucking scrap the pigs and fucking,
Right.
I mean, I can skin a fucking deer. I can gut a fucking fish. I can prep a fucking bird out.
Okay, I get it. Yep. But what I'm saying is, there's always going to be things that will cost you money past what you have. Just like you were talking about getting a crew in there to level some stuff.
Well,
To set up, I guess, a group of people who come together and offer their services of what they know and have and can do in trade for what you can offer them.
absolutely. It takes a village.
It does. It really does. You would be surprised. I don't have a farm, but we do fix a lot of farming equipment.
Yeah.
So that trades back off. I'll fix your tractor, but you're going to give me a half a cow, or you're going to give me, a bushel of your harvest, or something that I don't already have.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean a lot of it. I mean, I'm going to be definitely trading for wheat, whole seed wheat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that way I can mill it myself like as needed. Because
Right.
milled flour, when you mill wheat and you get the flour and all that, it doesn't stay good for a long time. You know what I mean? It'll spoil. It'll go bad. It'll get weevils. I mean, even if it's fucking sealed, it'll still get stale.
Yeah.
But like if you leave wheat in the seed whole and just mill it as you need it, it lasts a lot longer. It can last up to like 30 fucking years.
Right.
You can also use it to regrow more wheat for yourself.
That's absolutely true. The problem is I only have 2 acres, and in order to make wheat a feasible product, you got to plant like acreage of wheat.
Yeah, but
that's
you've got to
true,
have all of the the farming equipment for wheat. You've got to have the plow, the seeder, the harvester.
Well, back in the day, we know it was just a mule connected to a fucking plow. The seeder was just somebody walking along, throwing
Yeah.
seed in the ditch and covering that
I
shit up.
was just about to say that, Aaron.
And the harvester was a good old fucking scythe, man. You ever used a scythe before?
Yes. Oh my
Uh-huh.
God.
Real work.
You ain't kidding, real work.
Yeah. I come from the early generation, man. Like push fucking lawnmowers, dude. I remember that was my grandma's mower for the longest time, and I used to have to go over there and mow her fucking grass with that push mower. God, that thing
I
sucked.
used to remember having to use a rotary blade one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
where you
talking about. A
push
push
it.
mower. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
A non-motor one then.
Yeah, it's got the fucking like the barber pole looking blades.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit was a
Me
bitch, dude. It
too.
was so hard to push.
The trick with those, yeah, but the trick with those is you had to do it when the grass was still short.
Yeah.
You'd
Yeah.
have to mow like every 2 or 3 days to make it where it's easier. Otherwise, it
Yeah.
gets much longer, and you'd have to keep backing up and going forward, backing up, going forward.
Yeah, that's what I used to have to do is I'd take like a running start at it and mow like 4 or 5 feet as far as I could push it. And then I'd do that for a section, then rake that section up, rake it up and put it in the bin. So that way I had more room to run. And eventually
Right.
eventually it got to where I could clear it. But yeah, no, it was hard, man. I was a little kid. I was like, shit, I was probably like 11 or 12 years old over there mowing her lawn with a push mower and fucking cutting down weeds with a scythe and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, to a point. Now you don't want to overwork yourself. You don't want to have too many chores in the day that you don't have enough hours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing though, is anybody who's been around agriculture or livestock, anybody who's been around in the farming life knows that it's basically a full-time job. That's what you
Exactly.
do. That's what you do. You either raise your own food or you go to work for somebody else to buy your own food.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The animals alone are a full-time job, and then you add a field of wheat to that, and that's a second full-time job in one day.
That's the cool thing about wheat, though. It kind of grows on its own. All you got to do is just water that shit. There's really like no maintenance to it like a vegetable garden.
Yeah.
Right.
A vegetable garden requires maintenance. Like you got to fuck with it like all the time. Wheat,
Yeah.
you can just plow the fields, sow the wheat. If you use insecticides or pre-emergent or any of that shit, whatever. But wheat pretty much does its own thing, dude. You could throw that shit in the ground, water it, and walk away. Come back 6 months later and harvest a shitload of wheat.
Right.
You still with us, buddy? You're being awful quiet.
He's muted, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something that I'll be going back to is the bartering and trading for skills and work. Like I said, I'm bringing a welder with me. I've got all my blacksmithing shit. I'm bringing all my knowledge and a bunch of
Right.
tools.
Right.
So, I'll be able to contribute to the village in some form or another, whether it be growing food or making shit or repairing shit or whatever.
Oh yeah, we've been with a barter group for quite a while now, and it just kind of built itself. It wasn't really something we sought out, but when you repair vehicles, sometimes people can't. They need it repaired and they don't have cash, but they do have other things to offer,
Right.
and we'll take that. I've
Yeah.
gotten beef, I've gotten other vehicles, I've gotten appliances.
I don't know. The ultimate form of payment for me is gold or silver.
Yeah.
I'd prefer that over cash any day. So if you come up to me with some old scrap silver and like some old jewelry or whatever, I'll trade and take that. Not a problem.
Right, because it can be
You know,
melted down and sold.
ammunition, same thing. I'll take ammunition.
Oh yeah.
Guns, any of that kind of stuff. Tools.
Yep, gotten
Oh, you
tools.
ought to see some of the shells I got.
Well, damn,
They'd
hairbag.
flip you right out. I found out my brother gave them to me. He bought them at a yard sale. And from what I understand, most of them I have are illegal.
The firearms.
No, the shotgun shells.
Oh. Why
I've
did you get a bunch of cut shells or something?
I got exploding ones. I've got ones with darts in them. I've got one with little spike balls in them. I've got double slugs.
the what do they call those? The fletching darts or whatever? The
I'm
shotgun
not sure.
slug.
Hang on a minute.
Shit, I know what those are. I know what you're talking about. They're like a little fucking metal dart inside of that shotgun shell. Having cut shells is fucking illegal too. You're not supposed to like partially cut your shells so that way the wad and the fucking BBs and shit or the shot stay together and basically become a slug. You're not supposed to do that either.
Well, you're not supposed to
Hey,
perforate them
Mouse,
like a stamp. Yeah.
can you put me on full screen?
Solo layout.
Yeah.
I do it like this.
Now I got these ones here.
Hold on.
Oh
let me-
no, what happened?
There
There
you
we go. Okay. Mass core shot shell. So
Now
what are those?
unopened,
What
but
are those?
they
Slugs?
those are the ones that have the little I don't know, they don't look like the spike ones. They're like, it says M855 core shot shell for 12
Huh.
gauge.
Wow.
Here's the Fletchette or
Yeah.
Flechetti or whatever.
Yeah, Flechette. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought the name was. Those are freaking cool, man. Those little
And then I
flechettes, dude,
got,
those will actually penetrate level 3 plates.
and then I got these 3-tier ones. They're called zombie killers.
Oh, they got multiple in them. Nice.
Yeah,
So it's fucking, what is that? Bird shot followed by double op buck followed by a slug.
yeah, yep. And then I got these.
Nice. Oh, those are the discs. They're the wafers.
Oh.
They got
Oh
that
wait,
metal
no.
line
Those
going
are,
between.
yeah, that's right. Those are what do they call them? They called it fucking during the pirate days. They called it chain shot. So they would use that shit to take out like the masts of the boats and shit.
Uh-huh.
That's cool right there, dude. Miniature version.
Now here's another one like the zombie killer. It's called Rhodesian Jungle.
Same thing. Nice.
Here's the double slug.
Yeah. That's gonna hurt.
Flashbangs.
Flash thunder.
But look at how
Nice.
small they are.
That's cool. What is it like? Are they?
It's a
Are they?
flashbang.
They're more like explosive than anything else.
Yeah, they make more of a sound. Yeah. There's the exploding ones.
Those will detonate on impact, right?
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
right there. See the holes?
Yep.
Apparently, you're supposed to pack those with black powder and then stick a primer on top. Here's my point. I would never do that. Yeah, but here's the thing. What's going to happen when the damn thing comes and hits the end of the barrel, and wouldn't that percussion there be enough to make it explode?
Well, if you're using a percussion cap, it has to actually be struck. Like just the force of the like just the force of the coming out of the barrel isn't going to be enough to hit the cap to give the cap enough oomph to combust. You have to hit it like the primer on a fucking actual cartridge.
See what this one says?
Oh yeah. I got me some green tips.
It says it'll go through a 1/4-inch thick steel plate.
Yeah, probably 1/4 inch. Yeah, it'll go through that.
Okay, Mouse, I'm done.
Me and my buddy Jeff, we were shooting we were sighting in his 308, and we were shooting at a piece of 1/2-inch plate that was about 100 yards out, and it was cracking the back side of the plate.
Wow.
So yeah, 1/4-inch plate, yeah, not a problem. 1/2-inch plate, different story. I mean, a 308 at 100 yards still has a massive amount of kinetic fucking energy, man.
Yeah, right.
You know, and that thing was cracking the backside of 1/2-inch plate. So I could only imagine, like, if you're stay like you are wearing body armor, and it does stop that fucking round. It's not going to stop the fact that you're going to have massive internal hemorrhaging. And
Okay. Let's not get graphic.
Uh,
Sorry.
Okay.
I got you in trouble. Sorry, Aaron.
It's all right. I'm used to being the bad guy.
No, y'all gonna make me pass out.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. It's sure it's going to stop the round from penetrating, but you ever been kicked by a fucking horse?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, then you got the idea. It's about 10
Yeah.
times worse.
Yeah, basically.
Can you imagine being close range and doing that? Oh my God.
Oh God, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's it might not go through, but it'll definitely be enough to take you off your fucking feet.
Well, the one that really scares me? It's the one with the 2 balls and the steel cable between them. Think about this. You hit somebody in a leg, it's going to rip their leg in half.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It'll go right through their leg with no problem.
Well, I mean, double aught buck will do that too. You hit somebody in the fucking knee with a double aught buck, dude, it'll take their leg off.
Oh, all right. Let's dial this back a little bit, guys, please. Okay.
And I'm sure Army Vet can attest the fact that a BMG, even if you miss the guy, just the shockwave will still fuck him up.
Oh man, I never heard of that.
Yeah. That's kind of why I wish Army Vet was still here right now, because that guy could totally confirm. That guy would totally confirm all of that.
Yeah, I got a.
He was down there earlier. I don't know where he's at.
Huh?
I said he was down in chat earlier. I don't know where he's at now.
No.
And
I
you
got a
lost
Winchester
your avatar.
1300.
You lost your avatar, hairbag.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I don't know how to do it here.
You go down to where you see your like little picture that says your backstage.
Well, it's a little bit different on this one now because
it's the same. Click on your deal with the 3 dots down there in backstage.
Oh, okay. All right.
Edit audio avatar.
Oh,
nice, Nikita. Right on. That's a nice one.
Do you find it? Oh
no.
That's what happens. I don't know how you guys YouTube on a phone. I cannot do it on a phone. I have to get on the computer.
Yeah.
Everything's too little and mashed together, and you touch one thing and everything goes haywire.
There he is.
There you are.
That's exactly what happened.
There, you're back. Okay. We're good.
So,
Aaron, we started out the morning talking about definitions of success, right?
Yeah.
And once what we carry through life is a definition of success. But then you put yourself, all the way to the end where just say that, you're laying in a bed, it's your last day, and you think back on your life. Is your success that you thought it was going to be the things you actually think about in the end?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like I said before, I know some very, very wealthy people that are absolutely miserable human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the measure of success is defined by how much love you have in your life. Who's Now let me ask you the other side of that question. Am I laying in that hospital bed alone, or am I surrounded by my grandkids and my family and people that fucking love me?
Oh, that's the key. That's the key. You know, we in a way we have control of that by not running our loved ones off. You know what I mean?
Right.
By not pushing them away. And by that, doesn't it kind of redefine what success is in the end? Because I
Yeah.
don't
I think a lot of success is convoluted with the equation to wealth,
yeah,
and I think a lot of that has been purposely done by the fucking media and the TV and
the
shit.
machine, yeah.
People see on TV, the fucking machine, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you really, let's think about it. Let's break it down to the core principles of life. What do you really fucking need to survive? What do you need to live? A warm place to sleep, some fucking clothes on your back, and food in your stomach. That's it. Everything above and beyond that is a pure luxury.
Right. But you're laying there, and like me and Hairbag talked about, what are the things you're going to be proud of? Are you going to be satisfied? What's going to make you feel satisfied in the end?
The
And
fact that I didn't, when I died, I didn't leave my kids a bunch of fucking debt.
right, that's
You
a
know,
good one.
my
But
That's
kid
a
my
real
kid
good one.
my kids are going to be able to come to my house, and after they do the will reading and all that, they'll be able to go there and acquire items that I've acquired through my life, and they'll be able to acquire those, and they'll be able to bring wealth into their life. Like I said, I've been stacking gold and silver for a while. I've been stacking all kinds of other things that are worth money, for a while. So that way, when I do die, I can pass on the wealth to my kids and hopefully make their lives a little bit fucking easier.
I don't know. I don't think that I'm going to lay there and even think about the money. I think I'm going to think about, did I pass it all on to them, all that I could? Did I spend enough time with them? Did they know how much I cared?
Mm,
You know what I mean? Did I
right.
fulfill the life? And it's going to be different than, as I sit here today and think of my goals, like we said, some are mostly financial backed. Will we succeed financially? But if you start from the end and work backwards, it changes your definition of success and what will satisfy you at the end of life. And I don't
Right.
think the money that we made or the money that we paid is really going to matter as much as people think.
Well, I think also though that stymies your progression though. Like when you think about it like that and you're like, "Oh, well the money doesn't mean shit." It makes you less driven to want to be financially successful in that aspect to me. That's just what I think personally.
Right, because I think you're going to define your goals different in the end. Did
Right.
I raise successful children? Did I did I arm them for this world? Did I give them the tools that they need emotionally to make it? And did they know how much I cared? You know what I mean?
Right.
How much
Well,
they
I mean, I know my kids love me. Anybody who knows me knows that I've lived a good, honest life. I can stand tall before God and say, you know what? I lived a fucking good life. I may have not always been a good man when I was younger, but when I grew up and when I matured, I put all that shit away and I lived my life as best as I could.
right, right. And that
I
pat
paid it
and that
I'll
forward.
agree
I've
with that
I
statement.
I I fed people that I didn't know. I housed people that I didn't have to. I took care of people that I didn't have to. I had the backs of people that didn't have mine. You
right.
know, I I tried to live as good as I could. And I think that's all anybody can do in this
Do you
life
think
is
that
just
we'll do you think that we'll ask ourselves, aside from the family part, things like, did we see and do all that we wanted?
Hey, Aaron, read Nikita's statement.
Here, let me go into chat.
No, it's on the. I labeled it up
Thank you,
for
Nikita.
I agree.
Thank you. No, I didn't. Like I said, I mean, I didn't have much family as in the way of blood, but the step family that I had, before grandma died and the whole family just dispersed, it was a good tight knit family unit,
Yeah.
and I really hope that someday, when I get old, that people will come and be like, hey, you know what? You're a fucking good dude.
I don't know. Where did Buddy go? Where did you go, Buddy?
I don't know. He was muted, and I think he was just trying to maybe handle business or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Huh. Maybe Katie called him.
Right.
I think he used to when I was younger. One of my goals was, to travel and to see as much of the world as I can see.
That's a good goal.
But I think, honestly, the older I get, the more I kind of scale that back. And I'll probably regret it in the end. It may be something I regret. I just feel like the way the world is today, I don't want to leave the States. Like, I just
I
really
know
don't want
you
to.
feel unsafe when you do. Because you hear about all these people getting robbed or worse.
Well, I know that people out in the world don't like Americans. I know that, I know all the laws here in America to keep me out of jail. But then once you cross that border, that's something you have to go learn. Like, you can end up in jail so easy in another country.
Oh, you're an American, you're white, straight to jail.
Yeah. You're rich.
Yeah.
Good morning,
yeah,
Sassy.
no,
You're not late. It's okay.
There is so much to see here in the United States and the Virgin Islands and Hawaii and Alaska that it's like, why in the fuck would you want to go anywhere else?
And you add, we have the internet now. We have Google. I feel like, if I wanted to really see the Leaning Tower of Pisa, I can Google it.
Right.
You know what I mean? The thought of traveling all the way over there, travel itself is a stressor anymore.
Yeah.
Just getting in and out of the
airport. Especially with all the TSA stuff that you got to deal with now.
Yeah. Just getting in and out of the airports just makes me cringe,
Right.
Yeah, but you know what?
Thank you, Sassy.
Even though it's a pain in the ass, it's sad that it's got to go through that type of scrutiny just to go even domestically.
Right.
And whoever came up with that, hey, we need a new license just to be able to fly domestically to prove that you're a U.S. citizen.
Right.
If you weren't a U.S. citizen, you wouldn't have had the ID to begin with because you have to show a birth certificate, social security card.
Especially knowing that right now, when these immigrants come over and they're processed, they're given a piece of paper. I don't know if y'all knew this or not. They're actually given a piece of paper that allows them to fly free anywhere within the U.S.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Free. And they can use it more than once to go anywhere. I mean, they can run from the law like this, or come over here, break the law, and just go city hopping. Literally.
November can't come fast enough.
Oh, I'm telling you. And I pray that we make it till November.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a doubt in my mind that we'll make it. We'll make it to November. It's just a matter of whether or not we're going to see the true motives behind everything. or not. And I'm trying to tread my words very carefully here because I don't want to get your channel banned. So let's just say that I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to make it. But once we get there, we're going to get to see the true length of the people's reach to be able to have any sort of control in this country.
Yeah, we're gonna see how long Soros's arm is.
Right.
Hey, Kiki Eyes, good morning. And that's what I worry about. I'm watching them sabotage. You know, it's like a renter that knows they're fixing to get thrown out and they're angry and they want to retaliate and they trash the inside of the house before they move out.
Yep.
I'm concerned that may happen because it's already happening.
Well, they've been allowing it for years, and they've been blatantly fucking lying about it. And you still have a whole slew of people who, they live in their little bubble, and they surround themselves with MSNBC and fucking CNN, and all they do is just sit in their little bubble and hate everything that has to do with freedom and fucking liberty and people's rights and constitutional fucking, everything like that.
Speaking of all you folks out there that watch CNN, let me apologize ahead of time. Ha ha ha! Y'all got Nikki Haley.
Yeah, right.
Did you see her drop out and then try to stumble and fumble over her Trump endorsement?
This is what is blowing my mind, guys. Because you just said it. Now think about what you just said. The primaries were Tuesday, were they not?
That was to see who's going to be the representative for the party.
Right. That was so that the Democrats could pick their person and the Republicans could pick their person, right?
Well, I mean, Joe Biden's an incumbent, so he's already guaranteed the nomination for the Democratic Party.
No, he had two of them running with, but here's my deal, guys. The primary's over.
Yeah.
Nikki lost. There's no dropping out. She didn't drop out. She didn't walk away. She lost.
Yeah, she got her ass handed to her.
Why is everybody walking around talking about how she quit, bailed out, stepped away? Like, guys, it was the primary. It was the race.
Right.
The race is over. She lost.
That was for the bid for the GOP Republican primary, yes.
Yes.
She absolutely lost.
She cannot run any further for president because she lost the primary. There's no walking. There's no bailing out. There's no quitting. It's over. The race has been run and she lost.
Yeah. I bet it was the lowest points in history for a person running for president.
They said that this has been the lead that Trump has right now. They're saying it's historic that this hasn't happened for like the last 100 years.
People are sick of Congress's bullshit.
But do you see how the media is playing with our heads? I mean, they are actually, we're repeating that. Oh, Nikki Haley quit. She bailed out. She stepped down. These phrases are coming out in the media, and I'm screaming, wake up, guys.
Yeah.
There's no her bailing out. There's no her quitting. The race has been ran. She lost. End of game.
Well, it's just like, the media's overuse of the word democracy. We don't have a fucking democracy in this country. We are a constitutional republic.
Supposed to be anyway.
But the media is still twisting it and repeating the phrase that she quit, she stepped down, she stepped out. Why are they saying that? The race... I mean, if she wants to run around the track by herself when everybody leaves, she's more than happy. The race has been raced.
Yeah, exactly. No, we all know that it's just a play on words.
That's what I'm saying. She lost. The race is over. The race is over. Of course, she can't keep running. She
Right.
lost the race. It goes to the first place, participant, which was Trump. She lost the race to Trump. There is no more race for her to race.
Right.
So what is she stepping away from? No, she lost.
Yeah. Flat out got your ass kicked.
It's over. She can't run anymore because the race is done. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, our media is bought and paid for. And they spin the story the way that they're told to spin it. So, I mean, and the only reason why, and let's just put it out there, okay? The only reason why Nikki Haley was even remotely considered to be in this fucking race is simply just because the Democrats wanted to have anybody else in there except for Trump. They hate Trump so bad. The Trump derangement syndrome is fucking real.
And she was a complete rhino. She was
complete rhino, yes.
Out and out rhino.
Yes.
She is a Democrat who walked in on a Republican label, and she's not going to vote that way. She's not going to lead that way. She's a rhino.
Right. Yeah, just like Chris Christie and all that shit. Yeah, it's a joke.
That's funny, Sassy.
Coochie eyebrows. Well, hold on. Hold on now. I want to talk about this. Let's revisit this topic.
No, it wasn't in here.
Oh.
It was in someone else's chat yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I would like to help, but I can't even remember how it flowed into that. How did it even flow into that? I don't remember.
I don't know. Somebody mentioned it to me because they knew I was there yesterday.
And I see that, Nora O'Donnell there has gotten all of her promotions, I guess you could say. She works for CBS, so you know which way they lean.
Yeah.
And she cannot come up with phrases thick enough, She has changed it from insurrection to attacking.
Well, they can't call it an insurrection because there's no proof of it.
There was no insurrection. And even Elon unblocked Trump's last two comments that day where he got blocked. And Elon, came in, gained Twitter, turned it to X. He unblocked the last two tweets that Trump made. And they were clearly telling his crowd to go peacefully home.
Yeah. Yeah, we all know that it was a complete inside job. The Democrats ran a fucking smear campaign to try and make Republicans and conservatives look bad.
Guys,
we all know.
When I seen Viking Man standing in front of Pelosi's desk, now you would have to know Viking Man. I throw that term kind of loosely. He was a guy who was so far left. It was, his Facebook page, his YouTube, all of it was out there. How left he was. And he is standing in the room there beside Pelosi's desk, posing for a picture. That photo alone told me who was leading this insurrection. And it was not anybody from the Republican Party. That was so left. Just because they put on MAGA hats didn't make them Republicans.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it was the more proof that starts coming out and the more it's being looked into, the internet shit, different points of view of video, different cell phone videos are being released. The more proof that's coming out, the more it's looking like it was an inside job, that it was planned.
It was absolutely. I will say that now. It's past an opinion with me. I personally can see the facts that this was a coup created by the Democrats to try to wipe out Trump.
Well, they used the people, they used people in lower positions than themselves to do their fucking dirty work.
Yeah.
It was just an outright dirty tactic. And honestly, I mean, I'm going to say this, and this is just a reflection of my personal opinion. This has no reflection on anybody else on the panel or in the chat on this channel. I believe that corrupt politicians should be publicly executed.
Yeah.
If you're convicted and found guilty of insider trading, like you favored fucking partisan bills that went through the House because you were going to fucking make a shitload of money on these electric vehicles, the way Pelosi did, executed. You're going to
But
fucking,
what about
you're going to turn around and invest in, all these major fucking wind, solar, and electric companies, and then produce fucking legislature within your state that mandates that everybody has to use these certain brands of fucking utilities and shit.
right? But
No, dude, that's corrupt and it's fucking wrong, and you're guilty of fucking treason against your countrymen.
Actually, yeah, you're right. I never thought about it like that, but you're absolutely right.
and it
Absolutely.
still boils down to a non-politician making policies for our country. Once people understand that, it's not just the Dems. The Dems are being paid by a person who's not in politics, not in that way. This is his plan. He's doled out this plan, and he's paid people off to make it work. He has.
Well, I don't think it's just one guy. It's a group of people.
Yeah, but you have to follow the money, and this goes way outside of politics. The money that does control our politics.
Well, look at the World Economic Forum. Look who sits on the fucking chairs of that committee. And there's your fucking answer right there. Look who sits on Look who sits on the board of the chair board of the Federal Reserve. And look at which politicians they're connected to.
But you see,
our country. It's in plain sight now. It's so fucking blatant, and they know that they pussified America to the point to where nobody will take up arms because everyone's scared to sacrifice their fucking life.
No. See, this guy not only has a hold on our country, he has a hold on other countries. It took El Salvador a whole rebuild of their government.
Yeah.
Because he even controlled them. And he's not even in El Salvador. Doesn't have to step foot in it.
Yeah.
But he's so mobbish, and it's gone on for so many years that nobody realizes this one man.
Well, let's just say that Klaus Schwab makes fucking George Soros look like fucking Mr. Rogers. Okay?
Soros is bigger than Rockefeller,
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's not just George Soros though. That's what I'm saying. It's a group of people just like him. But you've got Klaus Schwab in there. You got fucking George Soros. You got allegedly. Let me say that.
Casey, welcome in.
See who it is?
Yep.
Oh,
that's why he's like, oh shit. Allegedly. Hey, Army vet, come up here and tell everybody how you can still miss somebody with a 50 BMG and take their arm off.
Mouse is sitting there saying, no.
Yeah. Not this again. Did you see that? Did you guys see that video of Elon Musk was on the Joe Rogan show, and he was like, and Joe Rogan was like, I've got a compound bow that has 120-pound draw weight with a broadhead razor tip. I'll send a fucking arrow right through the side of that Tesla truck. And Elon was like, let's go try it right now. So they go out there, and Rogan fucking pulls his arrow back and launches it at the Cybertruck. Barely a dent. Barely a dent. And
Wow.
I'll tell you this: a broadhead on a fucking 100-pound draw weight compound will go right through a lot of shit.
Wow, that's a heavily built vehicle then. Holy crap.
Yeah. Says Aaron, you're crazy. Yeah, I have been known to be a little bit off kilter. But then again, who got to define what the fuck normal was?
I've said that for years.
I think a lot of my personality comes from unhealthy coping mechanisms caused by traumatic issues in my life. So
Yeah.
That's just being a part of Generation X.
right,
We're
yeah,
just
that was
feral.
the lack of safe spaces.
So,
Everything
Aaron,
was
would you classify yourself as a latchkey kid?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, man. I mean, I was walking to and from school, in third grade, and like I said, and I was part of the generation that we didn't. When we wanted to find our friends, we went and looked for the pile of bikes in front of somebody's house. We went around to the different hangout spots until we found where everybody was at. The like Hungry Man TV dinners was a fucking luxury.
yeah.
I was making my own hot dogs and macaroni and cheese for dinner when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Because I could read and comprehend, so I could read the fucking directions on the back of the box and follow directions. Yeah, I mean, I had my own key to the house and shit. Yeah, a lot of that, definitely. I mean, I was born in '78. So I mean, I consider myself like the tail end of Gen X. Like I'm like
Hey,
one of the last generations of Gen X.
Aaron, guess how old I was when you were born?
20.
22.
Damn. I was close. I knew you were a little bit older
You,
than me.
holy
I think you
crap.
and I are just a few years apart, Aaron.
Yeah.
I think you're like what, 2 years younger than me?
Yeah, I'm 46 right now. I'll be 47 this year.
I'm
God, it's
fixing.
crazy. It's crazy to fucking say that.
No, it's crazy. I'm going to be 68 this year.
Hell yeah, man. I'm glad you're still here.
So am I, if you want the truth.
Yeah, there's a lot of my friends who were younger than me who aren't here anymore. So,
That's crazy too,
Yeah.
isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Think about how many friends we had that were younger than us that have been gone for a long fucking time.
Oh, yeah.
You
And to
know?
think of how some of them have gone, too.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm glad to be here. I'm definitely glad to be here because a lot of my friends didn't fucking make it.
That's it. That's it.
Coochie,
So,
are you trying to troll me? Please quit.
oh please.
You're
I love
good.
I love that name. It's one of my most favorite things. People are like, "Oh, I hate the color pink. Color pink is a fruity color." You know what? Pink is one of my favorite colors. Some of my favorite things are pink. Wow, it just got real quiet.
You okay? You're back?
I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking. I had something I was going to ask you, and then I thought, nah, I'll wait.
Fuck that. Ask away.
No. This is for something offline.
Oh.
It's nothing about you, Aaron.
Oh man, come on. I like when I like when other people have a good time at my expense.
There you go.
Life's too short to not laugh at somebody who did something stupid.
That's me, but that gets me in trouble. Everybody tells me it's not funny. When it's not me, yeah, it kind of is. And when it is me, I still laugh.
Oh, Shamrock mint milk now available.
Mint milk?
Yeah. The only way I could see that feasible is if you were going to make a mint milkshake, and it would
Show me
have
the
to be with.
Show me where the tit on a mint plant is.
For
Yeah, I
real.
know, right?
Same thing with an almond.
Yeah.
Blech.
What about a peanut? They make butter.
Nah,
In a
gotta milk it.
roundabout way, that makes sense because
You
you
gotta
make
turn it.
real.
So would you have to make peanut milk to make peanut butter?
You know, it was so weird when I found out like peanuts grow in the fucking ground. You know, that was a weird realization that the peanut itself is actually like the root of the plant, like a
Yeah,
potato.
yeah.
The same way a potato or a radish or a carrot is, you know, I was like, holy shit, they grow in the fucking ground? What?
Yes. Out in West
You know,
Texas, they were, crop swapping in the
yeah.
fields, and they did a round of peanuts. And we hauled them for a trucking company at the time. Oh, it was so gross. And that's the reason I can't eat peanuts today.
Yeah.
You're
Why they got a
standing there.
bad odor to them?
You're standing there, right? You load it one place, you drive it across. We were driving to it was a plant in Paris, Texas, called the Mars Company. And you're standing there and you're watching these peanuts unload. And it was so gross. These guys would walk up behind me, and they'd pick a peanut off the truck rolling off and crack it and eat it. And then you would watch like a rat roll out into it. And this guy that owns it was standing there talking to me one day while we were unloading. And I was telling him how gross that was, how it grossed me out that they were eating peanuts off the truck like that. And he was telling me, oh, that's nothing. You should see some of the things that come in through these peanuts. He said he had a family of possums get hung up in the conveyor belt one day.
Oh.
Oh my God, I was grossed out.
Yeah. No, if you only knew, like
Wow.
you're like, what is it? In hot dogs, you're allowed so many bugs or whatever, like bug parts. You know,
Yeah,
same
per
thing with peanut.
million or whatever. Yeah, and your
Yeah,
product.
same thing with peanut butter. Same thing with a lot of shit we eat. You know, if you
Yeah.
look at it, if you take it and you look at it under a microscope, you'll probably never eat it again. That's why when somebody told me how hot dogs were made and all that shit, I was like, you know what? I don't care. Shut the fuck up, because I like hot dogs.
Yeah, for real.
About a year ago, I bought a big jug of peanut butter. When I opened it, there was a lot of peanut oil on top.
Oh, it had separated a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if that was the only thing, it would have been okay. I ate about a third of that jar of peanut butter, went to make another sandwich with it, put my knife in, came up, and there was something black in there.
Ooh.
It was about an inch long and about, half-inch wide.
Ooh, ooh,
Beetle shell.
oh,
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it just is. I mean, you can't take everything out of the crop and they dump it, in bulk with whatever climbs in there.
yeah. And that's
Yeah,
why I'm such a
yeah.
big a fan of the growing it yourself and doing shit yourself, having a vegetable garden. Like there's something to be said about the flavor too. You ever notice how you get a fucking tomato, like a big heirloom or a big beefsteak tomato, and you get it from a home garden versus from the store?
Yeah.
The home garden is smaller, but it has so much better flavor than
Right,
the
right,
store bought one. You get the store bought one, it just like it barely tastes like tomato, and it's just mostly just water.
right. And that's the way we're growing in bulk out in those fields.
Right. The nutritional value is getting sucked out of the plants because they're being forced to grow so fast and being harvested earlier. And
And genetically altered too.
yeah, it's not good. It's not good. The nutritional value of our food is going down. And
Right.
there's a lot more fake supplements getting shoved into our food, which is why we're seeing obesity and what is it, lactose intolerance, and we're seeing fucking wheat allergies and peanut allergies and fucking all this shit exploding now. I think a lot of that, it has to do with not only the preservatives on our food, but I saw this comedy act the other day of this comedian, this lady. She was like 100. She's like 1,000 years ago. The only people that were allowed to breed were the guys who could build shelter, build fire, and hunt saber-toothed tigers with sticks. Those were the only ones that were allowed to breed. And now, all these years later, you have people that can't eat bread. She's like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not fucking a guy who can't eat toast.
Hmm.
I don't know, unless you're like me and you're like, okay, no bread, that's cheaper, that's quicker.
Yeah. Well, I guess
There's your hamburger patty.
I guess people who have what is it it's called celiac disease, I think is what
Yeah,
it's called, where you
yeah,
can't eat bread. It's the gluten or whatever.
yeah.
Well, I guess apparently that can be reversed over time with eating sourdough bread.
Wow,
Because
interesting.
sourdough bread is like a living germ or whatever. And it's your gut biome too. Like if you take like a lot of ibuprofen and shit, it kills your gut biome. And so your body can't intake and break down a lot of shit that you eat at that point, which is why like people in Africa can drink a handful of dirty fucking mud water and be totally fine, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. But it's the same with the Amish. I know for a fact I could not drink raw milk. It would
No,
probably tear my stomach up because I'm not used to it.
it
But
make
the
you sick,
Amish,
that's for sure.
but it doesn't the Amish. They grew up at,
No, because
even
they're
when they
used
were
to it.
right, they've had it all of their life from childhood.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, like growing that gut biome and shit. Like living in like such like people have this thing about being clean and everything's got to be antimicrobial and antibacterial and all this shit. Like I understand about cleanliness and hygiene, okay? But being so squeaky clean to the point to where you can't get a fucking common cold without half dying. That's a problem.
Right.
And that's why we were told as kids, go get your ass outside, go play in the mud, eat a piece of dog shit. We don't care what you do. Get your ass outside. Because that was our proving ground for our bodies. That's how we grew our
Yeah.
immune system.
Yep.
I believe that. I totally believe that.
And you got bubble kids now who they barely leave the house. The only time they go outside is they're on a padded grass manicured backyard, You know, they've never even so much as been bit by a fucking mosquito before.
Well, the Rona coming through didn't help either, because
Yeah,
it did set us back to a spot where we were thinking about the things that we touched and the cleanliness of our hands and the cleanliness of surfaces, and we went back germaphobe, you know.
right. Everybody went Howie Mandel on us.
Oh yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, man. I am looking forward to that first crop of those fat red and green heirloom tomatoes, slicing that bad boy up, breading it, frying it, putting a layer of cottage cheese down over the top. Oh, man.
Ew.
The only
Really?
way I
You
like
just lost me
tomatoes
at
is
cottage
if it's
cheese.
fried green one.
Yeah, I love fried green tomatoes, man.
Oh,
But
they're freaking awesome.
you get a little bit of cottage cheese on the top of it, though, man. Gives a whole new dimension to that shit.
I do like cottage cheese.
Ooh, I know.
Have you realized how hard it is to find large curd cottage cheese anymore?
Well, yeah, because not a lot of people enjoy it. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people
I
like it.
do. I liked it. I liked
Yeah,
it better than that fine curd or small curd, I guess they call it.
yeah. I like my cream of wheat lumpy too.
You know what I don't give a shit about that. That does not bother me. Here's another thing that I used to like, and I probably still do and just haven't had it. You know what a dietary salad is?
No, explain.
It's where you have like some lettuce on the bottom. They'll take a peach or a pear half, put it on top, fill the hole where the pear or the peach have been dug out with cottage cheese,
Oh,
and then you had something else, and I can't remember what it was on top, but it was
huh.
really good.
Okay.
I used
Yeah,
to love
I could
that.
I could get down with that. I can get down with that. Not a problem. Sounds good.
Does.
I
Except for the
got
cottage
that when I
cheese.
was in the home up in Buffalo. I had a friendship with the cooks because I wanted to be a chef, and they
Yeah,
always let me try new stuff out that they were trying out.
that's
Cool.
cool. Sassy says, "What's the topic this morning?" I don't know, Sassy. Just whatever comes up, I guess. All right. Well, shit.
That's what it normally is. That's why it's called coffee club. When
Yeah.
you're
Well, I mean,
having coffee, you just sit around and bullshit.
Yeah.
it was.
And
Exactly.
that's what
I,
we're doing.
I guess the topic was just kind of definitions of success and how they vary depending on what direction you look at it from
Okay.
from the end or from the beginning. Because when we look at it from the beginning or early age, we think our goals are one thing, but when we look at it from the end backwards, it kind of changes the definition of goals and what you define as goals.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really looking towards the end. I'm looking towards like where I'm at right now, I guess.
Right, right.
And
And
where
am I
you're
being
headed in the next month.
yeah, like am I being successful in my ventures right now?
Yeah,
I would say that like right now I'm not as successful as I would like to be. Because if it was the true definition of success, I would have been able to build a house here, then turn around and sell this place for 5 times as much as I'm going to sell it for, you
yeah,
know, and then take
yeah.
that money and invest in a better and bigger property with a better house and all those things. So,
I
but
got to say
unfortunately,
this. Sassy, we know you were just asking.
Yes, I am excited. What day is that supposed to be? Like the 20th or
April
something like
8th.
April 8th. I only
April
got
8th.
I will tell you from experience, if you can't get your hands on the solar glasses, find a welding helmet from one of the guys around you.
Yep.
Or you can take a tube from like a paper towel roll. You can
Mhm.
put a piece of paper over the end of it, prick it with a pin, and have a piece of paper behind it and hold it up to it, and it'll show through that way too.
Yeah, I make a shadow box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
and you don't
Yeah.
even have to look up.
Yeah, having the welding hood is the ultimate.
Yeah, that's what we used last time.
Hmm. It's so
Mm,
cool because you could it's hands free.
yeah, you can
You know,
look
you could
around.
you
Yeah.
can you can flip it up, take a drink of your beer, flip it back down, not a problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop down, Mouse, because Sassy says my avatar is plain white.
Yeah, you are a nipple again.
Can
Okay.
you drop me down because there's no place here for me to do it?
Oh no.
He'll figure it out in a minute. All he's got to do is hit the three dots on the side and redo his avatar.
Oh, there you go.
But we are teaching Hairbag StreamYard this morning. I've put him on the inside so he can see how it all works, and he's learning
Nice.
to pull up comments and things like that.
That's cool.
So yeah, he's having fun learning the insides. And the next we've got to teach him how to stream out to his channel while we're on mine.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that stuff.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you, Sassy.
I've played with the graphics a little bit. There's some different ones I've got for the background. That one just reminds me of a rainstorm, and I don't like it.
I'm in the 100% totality path.
And then we got overlays. Here's Hairbag's overlay.
Yep. That's it, man. I wish I could get my seafood one back.
And I got tired of looking at the seafood. It made me hungry and it needed butter.
There was a tub, but you just barely could see the edge of the bowl.
I needed to see it dripping from the seafood, you know.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I am really looking forward to that kind of shit when I get back east.
I don't care. I'll go to Red Lobster. I'll pay their high prices. I love it. I don't care.
What kind of link do you need, or do you mean Army that like set up a live we can go backstage on and learn? Oh, they already have the St. Patty's mouse on Google. I'll have to look for those. But yeah, I can set up a StreamYard link that we can meet in off the air and teach each other StreamYard.
Well, what you could do also is like you create a StreamYard, you get all your people up on panel, then you end the stream and everybody just stays on panel and you can all just bullshit on backstage.
Oh,
Yep.
you can do that to an old live.
Oh, okay.
You know, the old links, like a live that's posted, we can go back into it after it's closed.
Oh,
You
that's
see
cool.
what Sassy said, Mouse?
Yeah, I was gonna look at those. Those are cute.
So, anybody got any big plans for the coming up weekend?
Not
Um,
right off. It's supposed to rain here all weekend.
Damn.
we might. I'm not sure. I'll have to confirm to be sure, but we might have a no strings attached jam session this Friday night.
Right on.
That'll be over on Buddy's. Past that, I don't know. I don't know what anybody's doing. I've got my birthday next week, so coffee next week will be my birthday party.
Awesome.
Cool. Is it on Thursday?
It is. It's a week from
Well, I'll
today.
be damned. Cool.
Now
Well,
I've got.
we'll be there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I've got to decide where to take the family to eat in the evening. Because that's
What
kind
are
of
you
a
talking about? They should be taking you to eat.
Oh, I have to
Yeah.
pick the place though.
Oh, I see.
That's kind of what we've, now that when you get to be an adult, the tradition on your birthday is you pick the meal and everybody, whether it's home cooked or whether it's a restaurant, everybody gets their favorite food on their birthday, whatever they
Okay.
choose.
My
What are
mom
you
used to
gonna
make
do?
me.
Barbecue, seafood, Italian.
I'm thinking something like Longhorn Steakhouse.
There you
There you
go.
go. There you go.
My mom used to make me corned beef and cabbage every year with red potatoes and baby carrots, cornbread.
Well, my meal is chicken fried steak. But you can't get that in Tennessee. They've not grasped the concept yet. And I know a lot of people call it country fried steak. I get that. But they still put white gravy with sausage on top of it. And I'm like, no, it's not breakfast gravy. It's just white gravy.
Right. Sassy, next Thursday.
Yep, next Thursday. Aw, your granddaughter's birthday. Aw. I've created a room, but I need to create a link that allows people to go straight up on panel so I don't have to be there. How do you do that?
Kiki. I hope my granddaughter doesn't say McDonald's. LOL.
Oh, hang on just a second.
We don't have a Cracker Barrel where I'm at, Sassy. Hell, we don't even have a what's the other one there that's what's it called? It's pretty much nationwide, I believe. It's another restaurant like Cracker Barrel, but it's a chain restaurant. You pay for one. It's a buffet type.
Okay.
The hell's the name of it?
I don't know.
Golden Corral, I think.
Okay. I've heard of that. Yeah, I've only been to one Cracker Barrel, and that was when I went back east to visit my parents in Georgia. And I've never been to a Golden Corral.
They have pretty good food, I have to admit. I've only been to one once, and that was in Ohio.
Yeah.
They don't have them around here.
We have a bunch of like Indian casinos around here, and they have really good buffets and restaurants in them.
Well, they did it one time here too, but not anymore. Christ, they charge you an arm and a leg. You go in and they hardly have anything.
Really? Wow. Yeah,
Good
no,
morning, Char.
I'll tell you what, the buffet.
Apparently, what you do is you pay and you take what they have.
Yeah, no, the buffet at Feather Falls Casino, man. You go in there and there's probably got to be 30 stations.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now, the first time I went to the one that's here local, a dude told me about it. So we took him because he turned us on to it, and he swore up hill and down. It was really good. And so we went. Paid something like 27, 28 bucks. Went in there and there wasn't hardly shit. And he looked at us and he goes, "Guys, I am sorry. When I
Wow.
was here the last time," he said, "this was not the way it was. There was food as far as you could see and any choice you wanted."
Yeah. No, a lot of things, a lot of shit's hit and miss. But like what Sassy's saying, there's some places that aren't as good as they used to be. Like when I was a kid, if you went to Sizzler, that was some high-end gourmet shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, huh?
And now
Never,
it's like going to fucking Marie Callender's or whatever,
you know what, when I was a kid, our idea of a good restaurant was,
What's
it's gonna
that?
make you laugh. McDonald's or a restaurant that has Texas hots. It's called AJ, or not AJ, Johnny's Lunch.
Yeah, we never really got much fast food. I didn't eat fast food
Oh,
until I
we
was
didn't either. We only got it like once a month.
shit. We're lucky to see it once a month, if that. Everything was fucking made at home. I didn't really even eat fast food or pizza or any of that kind of shit until I was like older and like pretty much doing my own thing. I had my own fucking money and my own
Right,
hustles and yeah, all that shit. So that's when it was like, okay, well now I can eat whatever the fuck I want. If I want McDonald's, I can go to McDonald's and get it if I want it. I can go buy a
right,
pizza if I want it. It's
right.
not like this is what's for dinner. It's fucking hamburger and macaroni and cheese mixed together again.
Again.
I want to comment on Sassy's. We have one where I live, and it's called 50s Burger, and it's styled in a 1950s style restaurant
That's
hamburger
cool.
joint,
Yeah, the
and
old
they
the
have
old
some
car hops on
awesome.
skates.
I
They
haven't
have some.
heard of Snuffers yet. I've never heard of that one. I've heard of Whataburger. And then they had a place in Texas, Home Plate Donner, that sold really good burgers there in Lubbock.
Yeah, no, I like those places like Hairbag was talking about. There's a few of those up here in Northern California that are still left over, and they're actually from the 50s, and they still have car hops come out. They're not on skates anymore,
Yeah.
but they're still like they have hot rod meets there and stuff, and so you'll see like a bunch of old cool hot rods all pull in, and everybody's just hanging out bullshit, and it's like a bitchin' little impromptu car show. You never know when one's gonna pop up, and you go there, and it's like straight out of the 50s, man. It's straight out of the 50s. There's some of them are really good. Some of them though, there's this one place tastes like they've had the same grease in the fryer for the last fucking 40 years too.
Yeah, Dairy Queen.
That's the thing. When I worked at a fast food restaurant, they had an oil cleaner, had a filter. When the grease was used for 3 days, they switched it out for fresh.
Right.
What in the hell?
Yeah.
That must mean they don't know what a grease cleaner is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what a lot of it is too is that they're not using the fry oil just for fries.
No,
They're cooking mushrooms, they're cooking tater tots, they're cooking fucking
Onion
everything in
rings.
it.
poppers.
Yeah, yeah,
They're putting all kinds of shit in the same oil. You know, back in the day, it was you had your peanut oil fryer, and that was just for the fries and tater tots, and that's it. Anything else goes in this other fryer over here.
Right. But that grease, even it really doesn't even last 3 days. When it gets hot and it's cooking, it breaks down.
Yeah.
And if you let it stay broke down and then eat food out of it, it'll give you the worst upset stomach.
Hi, Shar. Welcome in.
And you'll see it because around the fryer, that grease makes like that jelly, sticky substance.
Yeah, that's glycerin.
Yeah, that tells you that oil has been broken down too much and then it needs to be changed.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie.
That's why I never use vegetable oil in my skillets, because that glycerin builds up on it.
Yeah. You can't use it too many times. It turns gross and it will make you sick. It really will. It's like food poisoning. Yes, Char, you'll notice that mostly everybody has a blue rinse. The reason I do that is because this is coffee and networking, I give you guys open range to go see each other's channels, check each other's channels out, sub up to each other. That way we don't have to drop a bunch of links. You guys can just pick and choose and go sub up to each other. Makes it a lot easier. Now there will come a day that I do the great, mod clean out when the channel gets bigger and narrow it down to, those that need to help control chat. But I usually don't have a problem in chat. So the rinse is so that you guys can go sub up to each other.
And nobody can kick anybody off, actually.
Right. That way everybody has a safe chat.
I'll tell you what, the best steak that I ever had came from Montana, and it was cooked on a smoker with apple wood for like 2.5 hours, and then reverse seared and rested, then topped with blue cheese and mushrooms.
Ooh, that sounds good.
That
Yeah,
was
it does.
the best fucking steak I have ever had.
I swear to God, y'all out there that's listening to us, we really are not up here starving. We do eat on a regular basis.
It just sounds like we don't.
It just sounds like we've never seen food before.
I love
The
food,
best steak
man.
I ever had was when I was on my trip to Arizona, and I stopped at a truck stop just outside of Gallup, New Mexico. This steak was phenomenal.
Holy shit, really? A fucking truck stop outside of New Mexico?
Yeah, Gallup,
Yeah.
New Mexico.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Isn't that the big one where you turn left to go to Albuquerque there? No, I mean, seriously.
I don't know.
There's one right outside of Albuquerque. It's got a big house in it, but I've not ever been to that one.
Oh my God, it was good. It was like 14 or 16 bucks. This steak was ginormous. The dude that made it knew exactly what he was doing.
Oh, man.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah, what's your favorite cut?
What's my what?
What's your favorite cut?
I prefer a porterhouse because to me it seems like a porterhouse cooks better than a T-bone. And Delmonico's, they shrink up too much. You get them and they're really nice size. When you're done, they're about a third of what they were.
Yeah, I like a porterhouse too, man. You get that New York strip on one side and get that little eye of the fillet on the other.
Yes.
Cook that bitch bone in. Oh man, yes.
You're damn right. About an
Oh
inch
man.
thick.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did my notifications not go out on time, Kiki? Were they late? Sometimes if we don't leave enough time between setting it up and going live, I don't think the notifications go out, right? But then YouTube's just weird about that. Make sure that you've subscribed to me and hit the all bell, and
You see
hopefully
what
that'll help.
Kathy said?
I know we're all I'm hungry. You're making me hungry too. I swear to God, we do eat up in here. We don't starve. We all sound like we're starving and in a cave.
Like, when's the last time you guys had like really, really good macaroni and cheese? Like a good homemade baked macaroni and
Ooh,
cheese.
I do my own homemade version of macaroni.
Well,
Mm.
to be perfectly honest with you, I don't care for it.
Really? Oh man.
Yeah. I'd rather have it with like Velveeta cheese in it.
Yeah, that's the way I make mine. If I could get my hands on the old block commodity cheese, that right there makes the best macaroni and cheese. But I can't find it the way years ago the government gave out commodities.
Yeah, you
And
got the big
Right?
block of government cheese, the
oh,
powdered milk, the
Yeah.
peanut
Yeah.
butter. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that cheese makes the best macaroni, but because I can't find it, I use Velveeta.
Huh. Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. I use
You
all
know,
real cheese and milk in mine.
Mouse, you know what kind of cheese that actually was?
Real cheese.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking. Do you know what the name of it was?
Nuh-uh.
Because I do.
What?
It was yellow American cheese.
Oh, okay.
You go to a deli and ask them for a hunk of yellow American cheese. I don't know what it'll cost you for the size you want, but they'll give it to you.
Well, I remember it came in a block, and then there was a period that it was in a block, but it was sliced.
It
And
was
there
a
was
big
Oh, I never.
long, it was like a big long rectangle from what I remember.
yeah.
Yeah,
And then when they
yeah.
went to slices, you were having to peel the slices off of each other because they weren't individually, wrapped like crap.
Yeah, yeah, we didn't have
See, they
that.
didn't.
We had to slice it off the block.
Yep, us too. We never got the sliced stuff.
Yeah.
Mm.
And remember, like, all the labels just said, like, it was like a black and white label with just what it said it was on the front, and that's it.
Yeah.
Gutters agrees with you, Mouse.
Yeah, it was. It was the best cheese. And grandma made it. And when grandma made macaroni, man, us granddaughters would fight over that.
I don't know. I just never could do the Velveeta. Once I, like, knew, like, what it was, and then I saw, like, what it actually looks like before they add the yellow food coloring,
Oh,
I,
don't
I
tell me.
was
Don't tell me.
I was
Don't
like, no.
no,
Nope,
don't
I
tell
can't
it
do
to
it.
me. Nope. Velveeta's my jam.
Can't do it.
I
Cannot do
use
it.
it.
Just like the way I can't do margarine anymore. Like I won't eat margarine at all anymore.
Ooh, num num num. I
No,
like it because
no.
it's salty. But like I'll use Velveeta in my Mexican dishes. I use it to make cheese queso.
You know what gets me? The people that use like country crock. Boy,
Uh-huh.
I bet you they love eating chemicals.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right? You
Well,
can't find real
you know what
butter.
margarine was originally for, right? Margarine was originally invented to beef up like poultry, to like fatten up poultry.
I
And
didn't know that.
and when they realized that they could just sell it to people, they just switched from the poultry feed over to putting the shit in buckets.
Yeah.
Adding a little bit of food coloring and a little bit of salt and saying, "Here, spread this on your bread."
And we love it. Oh, we love it.
Yeah, no. Like, look up how Velveeta and margarine and shit is made and what it
No,
really is.
no,
Like, look
no,
that
No,
shit
thank
up.
you.
nope. Nope,
Yeah.
not gonna do it. That's my jam. I can't ruin it. If I
Yeah.
kill Velveeta for myself, it like takes what I will eat and halves it.
Yeah, but if you knew what was in it and you knew how it was made, you wouldn't fucking eat it.
No,
You know? I mean, hot dogs, hot dogs is like borderline for me. Like, cause I know how they're made, I know what they're made of, and they're pretty fucking nasty, but I still like the way they taste.
but see,
Velveeta's the same way. Like, I'll eat it. Don't get me wrong, I'll eat it. But if I have a preference, I'll choose to not eat it.
I have to choose when I eat things. I'm different than most people. When I choose foods, I have to choose it by calories. The most calories I can get into a food, the better. Because I am on a weight gain journey.
Nice.
So, it's cramming in calories. So when I choose foods, it's whole milk, it's, real fattening cheese, it's real
Yeah.
butter,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
it's really hard. Everybody else around is eating healthy, eating, for weight loss, trying to cut calories. And mine is all about cramming the calories in as naturally as I possibly can.
Right. Yeah, no, I've had the same problem myself. Struggled with weight because always had just a raging metabolism.
Right, right. And I found one thing that has actually started working. And for the first time in my whole entire life, I am actually now gaining weight without
Nice.
being pregnant. Without being pregnant. Because I did that 4 times and I was fat and skinny like a clap, But I would,
That's
I'd
funny.
give birth to that child. And by the time I would go home from the hospital, I was at a lower weight than what I was when I started pregnancy. Like they were all the weight. But I learned a trick. And this is what changed it forever for me. When they were talking about the diet shakes and the smoothies and the protein shakes and all of this that people were adding to their weight loss program,
Yeah.
it actually hurts you because when you drink your calories versus eating them, there is more calories in the drink than there is the actual food. So I used that.
Hmm.
And there is a drink that Carnation makes. It's called it's a breakfast drink. It's not a protein shake. It's not a glucerna. It's just breakfast vitamins. And I'm using that. I'll drink one in the morning and then, still eat my foods all day to double my calories. And it's actually working. I'm actually putting on weight.
Nice.
Sassy. Help AV, they're talking about food in here again.
That is true. That is, and smoking is a lot of my problem. And I know if I quit smoking, I'd put more weight on too. But I went through my whole life, and my elder females were telling me, well, when you hit puberty, you're gonna get hips. Spit out a couple of kids, you'll put some weight on. I did all that. I did it all, and it didn't work.
Right.
But going to a regiment where I'm trying to, when I eat foods, I have to go for um as close to non-processed as I can get, the raw food itself, milk,
Mhm.
cheeses,
That's the
fruits,
best
stuff
way.
like that,
That's the best stuff for you.
and then,
Yep.
through drinks. And you actually absorb more nutrients sometimes from your mouth by letting it dissolve in your mouth. You still absorb nutrients that way.
Yeah.
In fact, you absorb more nutrients in your mouth than you do in your stomach.
Hmm.
Have you ever had a doctor hand you medication and tell you to put it under your tongue and let it melt? for a quicker activation of the medicine.
Mm-mm.
It's nasty, but that's what taught me that if you can absorb it through your mouth, then yeah, those smoothies and those shakes are the way to go to gain weight. And this is actually the most I've ever weighed in my whole life without being pregnant. I don't know that I'm still getting used to my gutters. I'm growing little patches and fat in places. It's weird, but I like it. But yeah, I bet if if I quit smoking, I would probably pack on another 50 pounds real easy.
Yeah, I'll bet it wouldn't help me at all. I'd probably stay the same.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the fact of like getting up every day and only having coffee and no breakfast and busting your fucking ass hard physical labor for 20 plus years, you condition your body to burn the food in a certain way, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I mean, it's only been the last year and a half that I haven't had to get up every fucking morning and go and break my neck in the sun and sweat my balls off, you know. And so yeah, I'm finally starting to gain a little bit of weight. I'm the heaviest I think I've ever been right now.
What?
Yeah, it's cracking me up.
Oh,
Yes, itty bitty booty. I will
Smoking
one
like a
day.
freight train.
I will one day have a booty. Mark my words, one day I will have a booty.
Yeah, I suffer from that same disease. I think they call it no acetol.
Yeah, I've got that bad. Siegel says, I noticed a lot of YouTubers smoke like steam engines. Sassy responds with, I noticed a lot of YouTubers drink a lot like Siegel.
good one, Sassy.
Touche.
Touche is right. I gotta highlight that.
I think it's fair to say that we all have bad habits of some variety.
That was funny, Sassy.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on if you consider smoking bad. I don't. I don't consider it a bad habit.
That is my problem, though. I know it's a bad habit, but I enjoy it. So it's that struggle. I'm not going to quit if I enjoy it. It's
Right. Well, the one thing I noticed that bothers me about smoking is when I'm breathing hard and I'm out of breath, I don't want a cigarette.
No, right.
So I didn't, and I didn't really smoke too much during the day while I was working. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Because I'm busy fucking working. I can't
right.
smoke and work at the same time. I can't hold a cigarette in my mouth for some reason. The smoke coming off the end of the cigarette just bothers the fuck out of me.
Yeah, me too. That's why I don't hold them up to my mouth.
Right. And so, and I'm busy working with my hands all the time. And so just for me, I didn't smoke during the day too much. I smoked maybe four maybe during the day, smoke one in the morning
Right.
with
Oh,
my
yeah.
coffee when I get there, open up the shop, and then maybe have two after lunch, and then, and then smoke on the way home,
Right.
So, but now that I'm not working, yeah, I see myself smoking a lot more. But the cool thing was is because I had a couple of these stamp cards from the casino where I buy my cigarettes. I had a couple of these stamp cards that were full, and so after you buy 10 cartons or whatever, you get a free one. Well, I was saving up these fucking stamp cards, and I had like 4 or 5 of them. And because I'm leaving the state, I was like, well, shit, I might as well cash these in. And so I went to the casino the other day, and I got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cartons of smokes for free.
Oh,
Or
holy
no,
crap.
it's $5 each. So it was 5, 10, 15, $30.
Wow.
Like 30, like
Hey,
30,
Army
30,
vet.
like $33 for 6 cartons.
Hey, Army vet, I don't blame you, but you know what the deal is with smoking, so I don't blame you for being upset to see your daughters do it.
I don't know. I'm not good with the vapes. I've tried them. When I vape, it makes me cough because it tickles like a different part of my lungs than cigarettes.
Yes.
It is different. I don't know why, but it also the oily residue in the mouth. I don't like that.
Yeah. I see a lot of my friends like doing smoking dabs, and I can't smoke that shit, man. I just hack my fucking brains out.
Yeah.
I smoke flower, straight pot.
Yeah. And you know what? Even sometimes just the smell of it is good enough. Like even just the smell of a good bowl puts you in that place.
Yeah. Or like or this, like when you haven't had a cigarette in a while and somebody lights up a cigarette around you, you can smell that shit from a mile away.
I
You're like,
know.
"Oh yeah."
And it oddly stinks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of a sudden when you try to quit cigarettes stink.
Yeah, it's weird.
They'd have to put me in a rubber room for 2 weeks.
Shit, at least. The only time that I stopped smoking, I think, was like I think I didn't smoke for like 2 years in my early 20s, and it was like I think the first 6 months of it was because I was in jail. And then when I got out, I didn't smoke for a long time.
I mean, and that's the deal. If I could get to where I could go without, then I wouldn't pick it back up.
Yeah. Well, I think the reason why I picked smoking back up is because, I was working full time and supporting, a family of fucking 3 on $7.25 an hour.
Right.
And so I couldn't really afford pot because pot was still expensive, and so I had to have a vice, I guess. I don't know. It also didn't help that I worked with a bunch of people who smoked too, so
No,
Yeah.
it didn't help
Yeah.
when I was growing up that it was perceived to be the cool thing to do.
Right.
If you weren't smoking, you were a nobody.
Yeah, we grew up with the Marlboro Man and Joe Camel.
Yeah, I remember that. Marlboro points.
Yep. The
I
Camel
never
Buck.
did that.
Yeah, that's the other thing is where it gets all over the house. Echo! Good morning, Echo. Oh, it's so good to see you here. Living my best life at 60. We also know her as Echo. You guys sub up to that channel? Let me get you a tool there. Okay. And Echo, I give everybody a rinse. That way nobody has to worry about rinses. You know how this goes because it is networking. I'm so glad this is the modern day Breakfast Club representatives coming in with us this morning.
Oh.
So I'm so happy to see them there. But I give
Welcome
the
in.
rent so you guys can
Just
go
as long as you
network.
let me, just as long as you let me play the part of Judd Nelson, I'm good.
There you go. But yes, Echo, I give everybody a rinse. That way you guys can sub up to each other, pick and choose, go see each other's channels. Because this is coffee and networking. And that is why we're here. That is the meaning of today.
And every show we do.
Yes. And reach over and tell Guru hello for us if he can hear us. Hello, Guru. I think you're going by Yoda now, right? And I'm telling you guys, this is the cutest couple on YouTube. I have enjoyed watching these two grow together, to meet up and get to know each other and then meet each other, move in together. It's been wonderful watching these two grow. Amazing.
That's wonderful, Mouse.
Okay.
I'm glad you liked it.
Oh no, Hairbag lost his tail again.
Pin that booger back on.
I didn't know I was bothering
You you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Here's something that very few people took the time to notice. Even though Eeyore was always down and depressed, and even though everybody around him and all of his buddies knew that he was like that, they still never fucking left him out. They always
I
had his
know.
back.
Yep.
I'm gonna break your brain, Aaron. I'm about to break your brain.
Uh-oh, look out. Put the helmet on, Aaron.
Not only did Eeyore represent depression, each character of Winnie the Pooh was representative of emotional disorders.
I'm sure the
It
rabbit was
was.
totally ADD, and
Well,
fucking so was Tigger. Tigger was hyperactivity.
Tigger was ADHD hyperactive. Piglet was anxiety.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I could see that.
seriously, they were all representations of emotional disorders that
All
he
right.
was.
What was Kangaroo then?
Um,
Probably the
Normal.
relationship between a mother and son.
yeah, but
Okay.
you have
I
to
can.
remember when the man that wrote Winnie the Pooh, when he wrote these stories for his terminally ill son, right?
Right.
And so within these stories is massive amount of life lessons that he was, really trying to teach his son at the same time through adventure.
Right.
So he brought all of these emotional disabilities together into an adventure and showed his son how they can play off each other as strengths and weaknesses.
Well.
I would still like to take a drag off of smoke when I smell them sometimes, but it was really easy for me to quit because I couldn't breathe. So I'm not taking a chance.
You know what's going to be really cool
I
is
got it.
is when I was a kid. Like when I was a kid, I read the books of Tom Sawyer and the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn and shit. I read those books. And so I'm moving to the place where those books were written, along with where the red fern grows takes place
Yes.
there
Then
as
there is
well.
another one. There's another one I'll suggest in on that. It's an old one. It's called the Lion's Claw. Or maybe it's the Lion's Paw. But it's also in the realm of like Huckleberry Finn in them, except, and Hairbag would probably like it too. It starts out, him and this girl are in an orphanage. And that's where they live. And the whole plan is to run away and find the guy's father who sails up and down that river. And so it's a whole adventure. And they do find the father and they do sail away together. He takes his son back and adopts the girl. but it's a fascinating adventure.
That's cool.
Hairbag, I think you would enjoy it from your point of view.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to like being in that same area and going like seeing these places and being in these places that I've only like read about, in books. I think that's
Right.
gonna be really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I
Like
I want
everyone's always read about taking a steamboat down the Mississippi. Everyone's always read about that shit. Well, I'm gonna actually go and do that.
it still runs too. It is when you go over the Mississippi, you can still see it out in the water. It's beautiful, and they still run it every day.
Yeah. And that's what I'm
Beautiful.
saying. I want to go and do that shit. I want to do. That's my bucket list is to do shit that I've only read about in books and seen on TV.
Absolutely, I can get behind that.
And like I said, there's so much to see here in the United States that it's like I don't think I could see everything there is to see in the United States within my lifetime, let alone go outside the country.
Exactly. And there comes a time in your life where that point that you have something to prove to yourself, so you go climb the highest mountain. No, I've lost that. Like, I'm good. I
Yeah.
don't have much left to prove to myself that I haven't already. I don't think I need to go jump out of a plane or climb a
I
frozen
did.
mountain.
Right.
I did.
Right.
I went skydiving.
Oh.
Yeah,
That
Echo
was,
says,
that
do
was
it now.
badass.
Don't wait. Echo says, do it now. Don't wait. She's
Yeah.
right.
If
Get
somebody
out there and do
somebody
it
would
now.
have to push my ass out of that plane because I'd be frozen stiff with fear.
Oh
I
man,
don't
the
like heights.
guy I was jumping with, because they don't let you jump solo your first time,
Yeah, you gotta get
and
Right.
tandem.
he was like, "Are you ready to go?" I'm like, "Fuck, man, I'm ready to go without the chute, dude. Don't ask me, dude. I'm the one here with the least will to live. Let's go."
No.
So if
He kind of
anything
looked at
goes wrong, don't
me. He
expect
was like,
me to help you.
"Yeah." He looked at me. He was like, "Dude, you're scaring me, man."
Little bit. Little bit. I don't
I don't
think I
know.
would tandem up with you.
If I had a choice how to go out, that's
No.
totally how I would go out, dude. Skydive just without a chute, and then just turn around, have my back to the ground, and just looking up at the sky, and just badass falling through the air. Close your eyes, quick and painless, man, and you get a badass thrill while you're doing it.
I don't think it'd be painless. I mean, there's a split second there where you bounce that is not pleasant.
Nah, you're like a watermelon hitting concrete.
Splat.
Yeah,
Exactly, Gutters Pub.
there's no pain.
And that's me, Gutters Pub. If the plane is flying fine, what am I doing? Like
Yeah.
that, to jump from a plane is to save my life from crashing into the ground. That's it. That's the only reason I have to whoop out of a plane.
I'll tell you what the fun part about skydiving was like not like just the free fall part, but like when the chute was deployed and then we started like doing the hard carving like through the air. That was really fun.
Oh, exciting. Yeah, I'd be scared to death. Scared to death.
I saw a video just the other day of some like 80 or 90-year-old lady finally went skydiving. And she was like, "I don't know why I didn't do this sooner. That was so much fun."
That now I gotta say that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of took that shit to heart when, it was like somebody said, you got to live like you're dying, and I kind of like took that shit to heart. It like really put a perspective, especially after the fire took everything and I was
Yeah.
left with nothing but the clothes on my back and the car under my ass. I
Oh,
was like,
yeah, and let's not take that lightly. I mean, guys, it's life altering.
oh
It's
yeah.
emotionally life changing.
Oh yeah.
when something
Everything
like
I've had since I was a kid, you know,
yeah,
fucking gone. A whole lifetime's worth of shit gone.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was definitely like, oh shit, you know, everything's been taken from you. Now you have no real like physical attachments to your
right.
stuff.
And the emotional struggle to make peace with that, I'll hand it to you, Aaron. It's not easy. It's not easy to make peace with that
Well,
emotionally.
I
I
mean,
didn't
that's kind of
lose
why I
my
went
stuff
crazy.
in a fire, but
That's kind of why I went crazy and did all that, did all that shit. I went traveling. I went fucking horseback riding through the fucking mountains. I went skydiving, went fucking wilderness, fucking camping and survival fucking hunting and all that stuff. I started doing all this shit because I realized like all I've ever done is fucking work and come home. Maybe go to an occasional concert on the weekend or a house party on the weekend, but then it's usually back to the fucking Monday through Friday grind.
Yeah,
Sometimes you're putting in a whole weekend, Saturday and Sunday,
yeah,
and just barely getting by. And I wasn't fucking living.
right,
I was just working just to survive. And I thought that was living, and then like I said, the fire came and it put all kinds of different shit into perspective,
right. It
and I'm
does.
like,
It changes the way you look at everything. You stop and ask yourself, well, I mean, and your priorities realign. You know what I
oh
mean?
yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely I had to it was a tough demon to wrangle. The fact that
Yeah.
like all that stuff that I had collected that was worth buku fucking dollars that was going to be my fucking retirement was gone, you know.
Yeah. And the irreplaceable things.
Yeah,
That's the hardest.
family heirlooms and shit.
Pictures
Pictures,
pictures of the
pictures.
grandparents, pictures of
Yeah, yeah,
lost loved ones that can't be replaced. Yeah,
dude.
it's hard to make peace with. It really is
all
to
the
lose it
all
all.
the fucking court paperwork that I dragged around with me for
Yeah,
years, so that way when my son got old enough to want to know what the fuck really happened, that I could show him all the court paperwork and all the court
yeah,
documents to go, look, I didn't fucking abandon you. I fought my ass off for you and they fucking took you from me.
right. And remember, I've told you not forever. And it sucks
Right.
for now. It does. It sucks for now. I'll be the first to tell you it fucking sucks.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
no, it fucking sucks, dude. Like my kid was a fucking running back for his high school football team. I never got to fucking see him play. I never got to go to a fucking game. I didn't get to fucking go to any fucking father son fucking get-togethers. I didn't get any of that. I got screwed out of all of that shit.
well, and walking
But
around in
but
it,
they still took half my fucking paycheck for fucking 20 years or 10
yeah.
years or 10 years or 15 years or whatever the fuck it was.
And it's challenging. You go out with friends or you go see friends, all their kids are there, everything's
Yeah,
normal. And
yeah,
you step back and go, man, it's not fair. I want that. And I can't
right.
have that. And it's not, I can't control it.
Yeah, no, that was is and is still a really really hard fucking thing to deal with.
Yeah.
Is seeing everybody else like with their kids and having a good time, and making those fucking memories and knowing that that'll never
Right.
happen for you.
Right.
That's still a really really tough demon to wrangle.
It is. It really is. And I get that. I know that one. But like I said, remember the one thing that never entered my mind during the storm was that the storm would age out. Just that simple. Like I never processed the storm itself would age out
Yeah.
until it did, until it aged out and I was like, wow, this is a whole new beginning.
Well, he's going to be 18 this year, you know.
Uh-huh.
And so I don't know. Hopefully he wants to seek me out and be like, "Hey, what's going on? You know,
And
hopefully,
remember,
I don't know. I can't. I
same for
can't.
you though. When he turns 18, now you can send him birthday cards. You can send him letters.
Yeah, but that's the problem. He's he's going to be living there with her. You know, her and her mother are like the matriarchal
And let them trash it, because in due
part of the
time,
family
he
and
will
all that
still
shit.
realize the effort you put into it. Regardless of how it's received on the other end, don't give up. Just keep putting the effort in.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you this. Honestly, if I had to do it over again, I would have never got married or brought kids into this world knowing the heartache that would fucking stem from it and the complete destruction of the fucking future of my life. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, no. The fucking enslavement in my own life. It
right.
was, yeah, no.
That's what
I
I'm
would have
saying. Amazingly.
I would have never ever done that had I known how corrupt the fucking family court system is.
Oh yeah, absolutely corrupt. They're all in it for money.
I had my ex-wife dead to fucking rights in an affair. I had all the phone messages, the text messages, the fucking phone records, everything. Dead to rights, and they still fucking said, oh, well, you work a full-time job and the child spends most of the time with mom, so we're going to deem you a secondary care provider to the kid. And since it took you 6 months to get a court date, we're going to allow her to claim residency at her mom's house 800 fucking miles away.
Yeah,
And we're just going to put you on child support. It was so fucking corrupt and unfair.
it is. I think
And
the system itself is broken. It is designed so that the government can make money when the men are removed from the homes.
right. Well, it's also part of the social engineering agenda. It's part
Because
of
yeah,
it. They have to engineer a weaker populace so that way a weaker and weaker populace mentally will not fucking take up arms and have aggression and fight back
even in
against the
child
government.
support, most states take a part of your child support. Some men don't even realize this. Like all of their child support money doesn't always make it to the mother. When
Oh,
there's
dude,
a parenting
none of it.
plan done and they set up payments for child support that go through the state takes money out of that payment. And that to me is wrong.
Well, no, what it was in my case was I found out that my son, my ex-wife, wasn't getting any of that money. What she was getting was food stamps and Medi-Cal.
Yeah.
And so they took my child support in order to pay for food stamps and Medi-Cal. She didn't receive any physical money at all.
Something that the government has already set aside funding for. They don't need your funding to help her. Yeah,
No,
that's the way they
that's how they pay for it though.
actually no, it's paid for by tax funding.
It comes out of, listen, it comes out, it's called Title IV, Section D of the Social Security Act of 1973. Okay, so what it is that for every open case of child support that a county has, the county is appropriated federal funding to manage said cases. That federal funding is taken out of the Social Security General Fund to fund those programs like SNAP, WIC, food stamps, Medi-Cal, all that shit. The court system turns around and provides, or the state provides that shit to these single mothers in most cases, and then they charge the father's child support. Well, what the state does is the state keeps 70 cents on the dollar for every dollar that I pay into child support. The state keeps 70 cents of that to return funds to themselves, and then puts that other 30% back into the Social Security fund. So
Yes,
so they're literally bleeding the system dry, and they're bleeding these fathers dry at the
and
same fucking time.
it's a double dip.
And
It's
then
a
check it
double
out.
dip for the
Check it out.
state.
Here's the fucking worst part about it. This is really gonna burn your hide. So when you work a 40-hour fucking week, you get taxed on what you gross. Am I
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Then they take out the fucking child support. So you paid taxes on that child support. You pay taxes on that fucking money. At the
Mhm.
end of the year, when you go to file taxes, all of that money that you paid in child support, even though you paid taxes on that fucking money, gets deducted from your total net taxable
Exactly.
income.
Another double dip.
That is
But
so fucked.
they are double dipping out of child support so many times. So many times men don't even realize it. And it's a broken system.
Yeah.
It's
No,
broken.
it's just slavery never ended. They just figured out a way to enslave everybody
Right.
financially.
Yeah. Yeah.
And God forbid, I hope my son never ever has to go through that, because if he does, I can only imagine the ramifications that is going to stem from that when he turns around and looks at his fucking mother and realizes exactly what the fuck happened to his dad.
Uh-huh.
I can only imagine the ramifications she's going to have to deal with from that point, if that ever stems to that.
Gutter Pub, you're right. They do the same thing with the 401ks. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They will double dip us so many times.
Yeah, no,
Like,
they will take every commercial license you have and suspend it. They'll suspend your contractor's license. They'll suspend your driver's license. They'll even take your fucking fishing license.
yeah, they will take any means away that you can actually earn money to pay your child support with for not paying your child support. So
Right.
what they've done is
Or not paying, or what the thing is, or not paying it in full. You can
right.
only you can only you can only pay this much, and you have an outstanding balance. Here's the other thing. Any outstanding balance on that principal accrues at a 10% interest rate.
Mhm. Yep.
Go ahead and find me any fucking CDA anywhere in the nation that'll give you a 10% return.
Right. Exactly.
You'll be lucky to find fucking 3%. It's usually about 1.5% on a CDA. You know what I mean? And they're
Yeah.
accruing 10%. What
Yeah.
the fuck is that?
That is 10 cents on every dollar.
Yeah. And think
Yeah.
about it. Oh, well, it's 40. You're shy $40 this month. Oh, you're shy $60 this month. Oh, you're shy fucking. Oh, you couldn't pay this month. Now all of a sudden that fucking accrued back interest is getting compounded big time. Before you know it, you're fucking $80,000 in debt to a manufactured fucking debt to the state.
Yeah.
And they attach it to your social security number. And they wonder why a lot of people just go, you know what? Fuck this. It just literally destroys you financially.
Yeah. And
And
that's
it's meant to do that.
well, the
I mean,
government just they want to intervene in every part of our life so that they can get a piece of the financial. I don't
yeah.
think child support should ever be sent to the state and redistributed. I think child support should be sent straight from the father to the mother.
Yeah, but I mean,
Period.
I understand why they fucking did it, because there's a lot of guys who flat out refuse to fucking take care of their kids.
Okay, fine,
You
but
know?
that shouldn't be your fault.
Right. They should do it on more of an individual basis
Right.
rather than a blanket fucking
Exactly.
punishment for
You
everyone.
shouldn't be thrown out there to pick up the slack that another man won't make just because he don't want to.
Right.
That's
I
why I
mean,
say
not only is it meant as an enforcement aspect, which there has to be some form of enforcement, because you got to fucking take care of your kids. It's not the taxpayer's fucking responsibility to take care of your kids. And so I understand that. But at the same time, the system has become so predatory that now it's not a system meant to work for the betterment of the children. It's a system meant to increase revenue for the state, so the state can
exactly.
provide welfare for your fucking kid. And that's garbage.
But the state already gets a chunk.
Right.
It's already been put on the budget what the state is going to allocate for welfare. that comes from the government anyway. They're not really adding y'all's check to it and making everybody's benefits bigger.
No,
It's going back into
they
their
just
pocket.
take more from you. Like,
Yeah,
what's the reward for working harder and putting in more hours that week so you can get ahead? Oh, you got to pay more in taxes. What
yep,
the fuck is that? And they
yep.
wonder why there's no motivation for people to want to fucking do any better. I mean, you know, we have a whole generation of these kids. Everyone's calling them fucking lazy. I'm calling them the fact that maybe they're waking up to the fact that they've been duped. You know?
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, kids today, the liberalism they've set within the classroom for the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Just the liberalism. They're sitting in school, sitting in class telling our children, you can be anything you want to be, even if it's not what you were born as.
Yeah. That
Now they're
shit.
telling these kids that, you can just change that. No, you can't. No, guys, no amount of surgery they can perform is going to equal that of the body part you are asking for.
I don't know. More prevalent than that, I would say, like,
The
you know, people.
statistics show now that the people in the last 15 years that bought into this, that had a teacher telling them, yes, we will support you in whatever you feel like you are. And here's a way you can become what you think you want to be. It turns out that they go through it to learn it was just a process of mutilation.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the regret they have is enormous. And, they're not talking to these kids after the fact. You don't hear these kids that are that regret even diving into that and getting mixed up and confused in it.
yeah.
They have to
I don't
dig their
know.
way back out.
I don't know.
The,
everybody has their opinions on that shit, and I'm not gonna get your
but
channel banned.
yeah, but the
So,
liberalism that has been pumped through our schools in the last 10 years that has gone unnoticed has affected our children. They have
absolutely.
they have been dumbed down.
Well, the government, like George Carlin said, the government's not interested in having a fucking well-informed, well-educated, free-thinking citizens. They
No.
want workers, obedient workers, just
Yep.
smart enough to push the buttons, but not smart enough to ask why.
Right. Exactly. And I think the world is starting to ask why now.
And that's what I'm talking about is the social engineering agenda. Destroy the nuclear family so you can control the populace easier because strong men need to be removed from the home so that way the government can influence the mother and children with threatening to cut off their welfare.
And the distraction that causes, when you attack a family system, it draws everybody's attention away from things going on around them because now they're focused on trying to hold what they've got together.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a crazy time we're living in, man, and I think we're going to see the culmination here relatively quick. I mean, I don't think it's going to be, within the next, 5 to 10 years. It's going to be a little bit longer than that, but it's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reckoning is coming.
And I hope so. I mean, I'm holding out hope that the things that have been turned upside down in the last 3 years is going to be turned right, right side up. And that goes all the way down to prosecuting all of the scammers.
Well, we know that one man, regardless of how well connected he is not going to be able to change shit in just 4 years. It's going to take decades to undo the last fucking 4 or 5
50.
decades of what they've done to this country.
Mm-hmm.
You
You would
know,
be
they
surprised
this
what's going to
this
get
has been
flipped.
this has been on they have been on a set of rails for the last fucking 45,
60
50.
years.
Yeah, 60 fucking years they've been on this long con fucking rail.
Yeah.
And now the situation's starting to come unraveled, you know. And so people have realized our money has been fucking brought to shit. Our politicians are worthless and sold our asses out to different fucking countries around the world.
Oh yeah.
We're in fucking debt because somebody else wanted to buy a fucking third vacation home for their fucking daughter who got married in Paris that year. You know what I mean?
Yep. But God forbid you take any of those immigrants and drop them off around her house. Oh, she didn't like that, did she?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. That whole fiasco right there. Yeah, no. I think Florida should get together with whoever fucking made that AI and make that shit happen and send a bunch of fucking gators to fucking the Rio Grande.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely agree.
Did you see that AI photo? That was fucking funny.
No, I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, somebody put together like an AI photo and photoshopped and put together this picture of like the alligator brigade going down to fucking Texas and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. It was making waves. It was making its way around the Facebook.
Well, even the
Well,
border is
when you see somebody making something like that, you know people have had enough.
Oh, all kinds of people have had enough. You see, like, there's a whole slew of pissed off people in New York, man. They're really angry about that shit. They were talking to a bunch of New Yorkers, and they had to cut the cameras because they were just cussing and screaming up a storm, man.
I am fully behind and support what is going on in New York. And it's not just the truckers. You know, we have one side of it where the truckers are refusing to haul anything in. And then we have the rich people, the founders, you know, the ones that put forth the money to build a place to get their money back, the investors. They're
Man.
all on their way out. I mean, they want out of New York, and I don't blame them. I would not want to be an investor in New York right now because I'm looking at a future that is going to land me in prison for being an investor. Plain
Yeah.
and simple.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is abuse of the judicial system,
Absolutely.
you know, and it's been happening for a long time and it's being exposed more and more. And people are coming to the realization that there's one set of justice for the rich and a completely different set of justice for the poor.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
there
do you
we're
guys
we're
realize, know what the motto for New York is?
came on vacation, left on probation.
Well, that could be the next one, but for the
Yeah.
one that's up now, it's called the Empire State. And that's only because it was the richest state in the Union up until the mid 60s.
Yeah.
Now they
And
should put it, Welcome to New York, the welfare state.
Well, plain and
yeah.
simple,
Well, that's what they should do to fucking San Francisco too.
New York got caught not paying attention. Plain and simple. They got caught not paying attention to the politics and the BS and how it was going to affect them. They got so into the game of politics, they didn't see it.
Isn't that a lot of people nowadays, though?
I think they saw it. They knew what the hell was happening.
They do now.
You know, let's face it. I mean, the powers that be are not interested in becoming the powers that were.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron, I
Yes,
don't
sir.
know if I did before or not, but this is my daughter.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Excuse me.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Sorry, milk went down the wrong tube. Ugh. I have a question, if you don't mind me asking, Mouse.
Okay.
But I'm not, trying to be mean or anything.
Well,
But
then don't.
How
Yeah,
do you know if
you
I'm
know
not
some shit's
asking?
about to go down when you say, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. But I was before I came back on. I didn't have a wrench, and now I do. I'm just confused on
Oh,
why I have a wrench now.
because everybody gets one. That way you can go see the other channels and network if you'd like. Notice that now that you have a wrench, you can click the three dots beside someone's name in chat and you can go see their channel.
Oh, I was just confused.
Yeah. I see that's our networking tool. We don't need a wrench around here. We're all good. We don't have problems in my chat. But it is a networking tool because this is coffee
Mouse
and
be like
networking.
Oprah around here. You get a wrench. You get a
Yep.
wrench. Everybody
Yeah,
gets a
right.
wrench.
Yeah,
I have a
in coffee, everybody comes in with a wrench so that you can check out the people that are in chat who have channels. You can go find them and sub up.
Oh, I was just curious. That's all. I wasn't sure why I got one now and before I didn't.
Don't worry about the wrench. My main moderators know who they are. They have the powerful wrench. Those are standard wrenches so that you can click on people in chat and go sub up. That's how you network.
Okay, I was just curious. That's all, Mouse.
Okay, no problem.
I have a question for everybody if they want to answer.
No.
How do you know what I'm going to ask, Dad?
Well, could the answer be yes or no?
I don't know. You didn't let me ask it yet, Dad.
Well, you know what you were gonna ask.
Yeah, and I'm still going
You
to
feel
ask
like
it.
somebody's messing with you.
You always mess with me, Dad. The only
Go
time
ahead,
you're not
go.
is if you're sleeping.
All right, so what's the question? Ask away. Now I'm curious.
Okay. What if what was your either funniest memory or funniest moment that you've had?
Oh, man. There's a lot of them.
I know
You don't
everything
need
is so funny to me.
you don't need to name them all. You just need to name one.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I've told this story before. This is probably one of the funniest because it was sweet revenge as well as funny. So we were camping at this place called Lake Piru, and the campground was set up to where the picnic table and the fire pit were up on this like little flat embankment part, and then you parked like down this like little hill to this other little flat, and that's where you backed in the cars. And so we were supposed to go fishing the next morning, and my stepdad, he stays up all night. It's his three buddies, Billy and Stuart, and there was one other guy, I can't remember his fucking name. But he left. He took off that night. But only Billy and Stuart stayed overnight with us, and those three stayed up drinking and partying and shit all night. When Stuart fell asleep in the chair, he fell asleep with his shoes on the fire pit, and they melted the soles of his shoes to the fucking fire pit.
Oh my god.
And then and then I don't know if you're old enough, but everybody else will know what I'm talking about. Remember those lawn chairs that you used to ratchet and fold out, and then you fold them
Yes.
back up and
Yeah,
adjust them?
yeah.
The little
Yeah.
plastic strap deals and shit.
Uh-huh.
Well, my stepdad fell asleep and passed out on one of those, and he wouldn't get up. Me and Billy, we were awake, and it was like, let's go fishing, and I'm probably like 11 years old, 12 years old, and my stepdad, he was an iron-fisted tyrant, bastard, abusive motherfucker. And so home life sucked. And so I was a pretty shy, timid kid. And Billy was like, fuck that. We're getting him up. Let's go fishing. I was like, don't wake him up. Don't wake him up. He'll get mad. He'll get mad. And Billy was like, fuck that. Fuck that. and tried waking him up. And he was like, "No, get away from me. Fuck you. We ain't going nowhere. I'm fucking sleeping. Screw you." Rah, rah, rah. Bill was like, "Fuck you. You promised us we were going fishing, motherfucker." And so Billy goes over to he had this Chrysler station wagon, like an 84, 85 Dodge or Chrysler station wagon or whatever. And he fucking opens up the back and pulls out a piece of rope, ties the rope to his fucking bumper, and then goes over and ties the rope to the fucking underside of the metal fold out leg part of the lawn chair.
No.
Yeah. And yeah, so he sneaks up that little embankment on his stone. Salamander crawls up there, ties the fucking rope around the fucking metal, deal, slides back down the embankment, and we get in the fucking. He's like, "Get in." So I get in the vehicle with him. He fires up the station wagon. And that rope got taut. Them legs collapsed out from underneath him, and he hit the fucking ground. And Billy took off. He came down, sliding down that fucking, surfing down that embankment on that fucking lawn chair, and pulled his ass out into the fucking road in the middle of the campground and shit, surfing that fucking lawn chair, waking up all hungover, just screaming and hollering. And we were just dying laughing, and everybody was awake in the campground and shit because they heard him just fucking screaming. And
I bet y'all didn't go fishing that day, did y'all?
no, we did go fishing. He got his ass up because there was no going back to sleep after that.
I bet y'all ran.
And we did go fishing that day. You're damn right we went fishing. Billy made sure of that shit.
I've got one like that. I've got a story kind of like that. So we're at home, we're kids, we're in the 80s, right? And our moms just started working. They wanted women's lib, right? They wanted their own money and their own power, which was great, which left us kids at home feral, right? And so it's in the summer, fireworks, 4th of July's coming up. So there's a fireworks stand like 2 blocks up the road from us, out by the highway. It's within walking distance, right? So we're going to go over there and just kind of meddle around and see what they got, because there's no adults guiding us, So we end up over by this fireworks, and we're looking at all the fireworks, and we come across this little bitty circle tin, and it's labeled cigarette loads.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and it's marked for 50 cents. Well, actually, that's about what we had between the two of us, was 50 cents. So we put our money in, and we're going to find out about these cigarette loads. We're kids. We're curious, right? So we get this little tin, and, we start heading home, and we open it up and look at it, and it really just looks like pieces of toothpick broken in little pieces, right? And we're like, I don't know. Maybe we got had. Maybe this was a scam.
Aaron, you're gonna roll on this one.
So we get home, and the plan becomes, right? Okay, we've got to get this cigarette load into Mom's cigarette in her pack.
Nice.
Right. So we've got this whole barrage of, one of us is to distract Mom while the other one's getting it in there. And so, we're doing this whole plan. I'm blabbling to Mom to try to hold her attention while my brother gets it in the cigarette pack. And mind you, we're taking a gamble because he only gets one in there, and we've got to hope or wait till she actually lights that one. But it's on. It's on. We're in for the long haul. If this takes all day, we're up for it, right? Okay, so Mom, because you know how moms did in the 80s, we had a gas stove. And Mom loved, tilting her head over and letting that cigarette off the stove. So she kept her cigarettes right there by the kitchen stove, right? So the plan's going flawless. I'm distracting her. My brother gets it in there. We get it. He didn't get it in real far. We weren't sure about that. He just gets it in the tip. And then all we got to do now is just wait. Now we just got to follow Mom and wait. It's going to happen. I kid you not. She comes in there. And it's time. She's going to light that first cigarette. So we're all peering, we're all hovering. That should have gave it away, but it didn't. She pulls that cigarette out. She leans over that stove. She cracks that knob, open and lights the stove. She pushes that cigarette in there. And remember, I told you we just barely got it in the tip. She takes one draw in, and as she draws in, it goes boom. And I mean, from that moment on, everything just turns into slow motion.
Oh, that's funnier than
She
shit. I bet
turns
she.
around and looks at us, and her eyes, I mean, are as big as oranges. In her mind, she thought the stove blew up in her face, right? So she turns from the stove and takes one look at us kids. And the end of that cigarette, I swear, looked like a cartoon. It was peeled like a banana. We kids hit the floor. I kid you not. That was so worth that ass busting. I think she come after us. We're screaming, running, and it was so worth it.
That's funny.
I got one. When we were little, me and my brother were in the same foster home. And we had gone home for a weekend visit, and our mother took us down to the lake to go fishing. Well, she had bought us these little poles that were, for kids.
Uh-huh.
And we're down there fishing. This is a quick story. My brother, he was being a pain in the ass the whole time we were down there, and it was kind of poetic justice. He takes his fishing pole, whips it behind his head, goes to throw it. It hooked him in the ass. He did a complete flip and landed right in the lake.
Ha!
Your Uncle Dwayne.
That's
I can't
hilarious.
figure.
Oh, it was. Me and my mother were rolling.
Oh,
He
that's
was
so
madder
funny.
than a wet hornet.
Ah.
Dad, I thought you were gonna tell the other one with Uncle Stephen and Uncle Kenny. I don't think Aaron has heard that one before.
Yeah, that was funny too. But yeah, I scared her uncles. They were about 5 and I'll have to say 8. It was a rainy day, and the grandparents wouldn't let anybody smoke in their house, so I had to go outside to smoke. While I was out there, the 2 little ones decided they were going to go out and play. And they got this big chain and they're pulling it around. And they never even seen me. So I ducked down, and they had a bunch of old machinery, and it was kind of like a junk pile, but not really. And I made sure they didn't see me. I ducked down and I waited for them to get a little bit closer. And when they did, I jumped out and went, oh my God, I never seen 2 kids run so freaking fast in my life. I was freaking rolling. I don't know. I guess you had to be there to see it. But yeah, that was one of the funnier ones too.
Honestly, when you said you had one to tell, I thought that's the one you were gonna tell, but no.
I still think that one with your uncle is freaking funny as hell.
I have one, and I accidentally I scared my dad of the process.
Do me a favor though, Jen. Don't tell and don't bring it up to
him. Welcome back, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
The link is still pinned at the top of chat. If you guys want to come up, there's room. I have plenty of room.
It just got quiet.
Oh, I had to yawn. Sorry.
You're fine. Is it sunny
Glenn,
where you are, Dad?
Huh?
I said, is it sunny and hot where you are? Because it is where I am.
I don't know about hot, but it is sunny. It was only supposed to get up to about 45, 47 today, right in that area.
Well, every area is different.
I don't know. Let me open the window and find out.
Because that was just scary.
I don't know. Looks like our sun is finally shining out there. I went out yesterday and looked out at the back of the property, and it's going to take me and a team of chainsaws to clear out that back end. All the trees that have fallen over the last winter, you can't even walk back through my woods. It's like pixie sticks laying in there.
Wow. Yeah, there's it's nice out, but it's nice, but it's still chilly a little bit.
But you see what I mean about the hotness, even if there is a chill
It's not a
or a
bad
little
day,
coolness. No,
especially
it's
for
a
this
nice day.
early in March.
Yeah, especially. Usually it'd be freaking the white stuff on the ground.
Yeah, we had snow this time last year.
Yeah, I'll bet we did too. This is really unusual winter for us.
Yeah, this is a fake spring right now.
Don't be talking like that. The snow will hear you. Oh, sorry, I swore, Mouse.
Yeah, no, we're in the fake spring right now. Give it like another 2 weeks. I'm gonna go right back to super cold, massive storms coming through, rain and snow. Dude, Truckee and Reno and all that shit up there on the Nevada border of California got hammered just recently. They got like 8 feet of snow or something like that.
Dang.
Yeah, insane amount.
What was the most snow we got here, Dad?
Shit. I'm
I
sorry, I
think y'all
didn't
just
mean to
need to.
delete that comment. I meant to take it off.
Oh, it's fine.
Did you hear me, Dad?
No,
said it-
no, what'd you say?
I said, what was the most we got in 1 year? Or 1 year, I
Jesus
should say.
Christ, almost every winter we got pelted. If you
Yeah,
don't, in case you don't remember, I used to be the one that shoveled out all the snow off the sidewalk and off our porch.
yeah.
We used to have some pretty big snowbanks in the front yard, if you remember right.
Yeah, I was talking about like inches, Dad.
Oh, Christ. It's more like feet.
Oh,
I'd have to say the worst one I've seen when we were at the house was probably about 4 feet. And that took me 2 days to shovel out.
I'm telling you, Hairbag, you need to move away from the snow. You just
And then
Well,
you
it's not
got
that
the
you need to move away from the snow. You just need. I mean, snow is a more adaptable medium. You know what I mean? You can find ways around it.
he needs to quit trying to hang out around the Canada border like he's scared and come down in the United States where the people are.
And I'll tell you what, it's beautiful up there in the spring and in spring and summer. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love Montana.
Yeah, you're gonna love it up there. The wide open spaces, the peace,
Oh, I
getting
thought
out of
you
that,
said Missouri.
getting out
Yeah,
of that.
I'm going to Missouri. My brother lives in Montana. That's where I was looking
Oh,
to that's where I was looking to go first, but I can't afford it up there. I mean, I can afford to live on the far eastern side out on the, barren Hoth planet plain
Where
where
nothing
it's
will grow.
yeah, nothing grows out there. It's a frozen tundra for 6 months of the year.
the only thing
And
probably grows is tumbleweeds.
yeah,
The stuff we get around here are burdocks, and if you walk in the weeds, it stick to your pants and everything. It's annoying.
yeah, no, that's why I chose Missouri though. Missouri has a better growing season for your plants.
Ah, a
You know,
horticulturalist,
well,
so to speak.
I'm trying to go off grid, man. I need to be able to live in a temperate environment where I can grow plants for most of the year and survive off my food.
You
You
didn't
know,
get how I meant that, Aaron.
uh, yeah, that shit went right over my head, man. I missed that.
You got it now, though, correct?
No, it's like a boomerang. It needs to come back around.
All right, smoke another one and you'll figure it out. That's a clue.
I already moved past it.
Horticulturist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to be growing all kinds of different plants. Tomato plants.
Hey, that is
Fucking
one thing I haven't asked. Is Missouri legal?
yeah,
Well, see, there you go.
yeah.
All right.
Missouri has recreational cannabis.
But you can grow like I think what is like six plants per person or something like that.
I know
I
that's
don't know.
what it is here in New York.
I don't know. You can grow whatever the fuck you want anywhere. I mean, last time I checked, as long as you keep your trap shut, no one knows what you have.
Well, that's true too, but you better find some good hiding places because there's a lot of thieves out there.
Yeah.
And bear in mind what can be seen from an airplane. So,
Right.
grow in a
Find a
way that
nice
that's not an
patch
issue.
of sumac trees.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you grow your herb right, I mean, if you grow fucking 4 plants, if you do it right, that's more than you can smoke in a fucking year.
Maybe.
So, yeah,
No,
no.
I have to agree with them. You're talking 16 ounces.
More than that, dude. I'm talking fucking like 5 pound plants, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
You talking
Yeah.
some
Yeah, I'm growing
more
fucking trees. Like where they're big as the trunks are as big as round as a fucking toilet paper roll.
okay.
Trees, real trees.
Yeah, trees. Yeah, I get you.
I'm
Anywhere
not
from
I'm not
6 to 10 feet.
I'm not growing. I don't grow fucking plants. Like little wispy stems. Where you're lucky to get a fucking eighth off of each branch. No, fuck that, dude. I'm talking like
I thought you was a beginner, Aaron.
yeah, no, I've been growing. I live in the middle. I live in the middle of the Emerald Triangle, man. I've worked many farms,
right.
dude. Dude, I remember like one of the best branches I ever saw when that thing was dried and cured. When we pulled it all off, dude, just that branch alone was fucking almost a half a pound by itself.
Wow. A friend of mine one time, he was selling a little bit. Not a lot, but he had grown that year. We went to go to his house. 15 feet away from his house, all you could smell was indica.
Yeah.
We go into his house and we say, "Man, you got to do something because we were smelling it 15 feet away from your house." He goes, "No, yeah." Well, he checked it out because he had to go to the store later. He gave us a call and he goes, "Holy shit, I didn't realize that." Well, while we were there, he took us down into the basement. Dude, I thought I was looking at a part-timers for the Cheech and Chong movie Up in Smoke. These
It had the
bugs
old school
were,
indoor grow.
oh my, no, these were grown outside. And these things were huge. They
You
were
just
at
said
least,
basement though.
he was drying them.
Oh shit. Okay.
These things had to be a good 7 inches around and at least 26 to 28 inches long.
Yeah. Big
They
colas.
were huge. And
Looking
it
like
wasn't
looking
just a
like 2 liter
couple of them.
bottles and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
2 liter bottles stuck on the end of a stick. That's what the nugs look like. Yeah, I know. It's awesome.
He had like 40 or 50 of them hanging there.
Yeah. And like I said, dude, that's more than you can smoke in a fucking year. You know what I
No.
mean? And I don't grow pot to sell it. I grow pot to smoke it. You know what
For
I
what
mean?
he had hanging there, I'll bet you couldn't have smoked it in a decade.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, there is a point where, it does become excessive. Like, yeah, you're not growing for personal use. You know what I mean? If you got fucking 30 pounds of fucking dried prepared cannabis all packaged up, you're not growing for personal use. You
Right,
know what I
right,
mean? But if you got, 10 pounds in a fucking tote, all together, and you just pick your nugs out of it as you need, that's personal use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there is a difference, and especially when you're looking at it like through the eyes of law enforcement and shit like that, and what's legal and what's not.
right.
You know what I mean? So, but yeah, no, I mean, like I said, dude, if you grow, 4 plants for yourself, and you do it right, that's more than you can smoke in a fucking year. And the cool thing about it is if you do grow a little bit more than you can smoke in a year, you can always use it for trading and bartering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I agree. Moonshine's a good barter.
yeah, you don't sell it, you barter with it. There's a difference.
Oh, wow.
What?
My phone went to 5% and dimmed right out.
Oh
Uh-oh.
man.
Time
Plug
to
it in.
That's what I did,
What was that?
What?
It echoed funny.
Huh.
Weird.
That was weird.
That is weird.
It's not echoing now, right?
Nope.
No.
I didn't think so. I didn't hear it.
You don't hear a lot of things, Dad.
That's the power
I
of
hear
being
when your mouth is running.
Ooh.
from across town. Ooh.
We always do this to each other. Always. Don't we, Dad?
Yeah, and I'm usually the one that gets the best shots in.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's the experience factor.
That's
the
right.
that's the power of a parent.
Right? We got the better burns. We got more life experience.
Sometimes I can dish it out back good to him. I said
Was it
sometimes.
like that? Was it like that one line in Fried Green Tomatoes in the parking lot? This fucking girl steals the parking space in front of her, and she's like, "Face it, lady, I'm younger and cuter, or I'm younger and faster." And then she rams her fucking car out of the way, pushes her car out of the parking spot. Lady comes back, she's like, "Face it, honey, I'm older and have more insurance."
Yeah.
That's funny.
I love that
Yeah,
fucking
but it's
movie.
truthful.
That's one of my favorite movies, man.
You want to know what one of my favorite movies are or is?
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if either or if anybody has ever seen it, but Norbit.
No, never even heard of it.
It's funny. Oh my god, Norbit is hilarious.
Yeah. I've seen what you think
Yeah.
is hilarious.
What, Dad?
I've seen what you think is hilarious.
Yeah, like you? No, I'm kidding.
No, you're not. You were serious.
No, I wasn't.
Well, guys, we are 4.5 hours into this. It's
Yep.
been a good one. I'm gonna have to shut this one down soon. I've got to make it to town. I've got to come up the mountain, take care of some business while the sun's still shining. But
Sounds good.
I do
Okay.
appreciate everybody coming up. It's been a good live. It's been a good talk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have a good one, everybody, and
Yeah, everybody have a great
we'll
day. We'll see you all next time.
That's it.
we'll see you around.
Thank you
All right.
everybody for joining us in chat. It was an awesome chat. It was good to see the Modern Day Breakfast Club gang over here this morning.
Voluntarily, not in detention.
That's it.
Thank you.
They followed the hashtags just like they promised. So I want to thank them guys, and I hope we got some networking done. Maybe a few of you got some new subs today. And with that, guys, I'm going to tell everybody have a great afternoon, and we will see y'all in the next one. By this time next week, we'll be partying.
Woo.
Yeah, really.
Nice.